Good morning, everybody. Could I ask people to start to take a seat, please? Okay, fantastic to see so many people here, many people listening at home as well. And that's amazing. I mean, I feel very blessed to have so many people at this event. My name is Paul Webb. I'm from the European Research Executive Agency in Brussels. We're part of the European Commission. We're one of the research funding agencies. We support research in a number of different areas, and in particular for today, we implement the Research Fund for Coal and Steel. And I happened to be in the north of England in mid-1980s when there was a very, very big miners' strike, followed by a very sudden closure of all the mines of England, with nearly 200,000 people, miners, out of a job in a very short period. So I know and I still see the economic and social effects of that really brutal closure. And that's why this whole area of a just transition for coal mining areas is not just my professional interest, it's a real personal interest to me. And thank you very much for all of you who are coming. We've organised this event from the Research Fund for Coal and Steel in Brussels, together with colleagues from Eurocoal, who represent the coal industry across Brussels, but also with Hunosa. And thank you very much to Hunosa for hosting us and supporting it and for allowing this really quite high-tech event to take place. Many colleagues who have helped to organise the event, I know from our side. Oscar and Sebastiano are here, the other colleagues in Brussels who have helped out. Inevitably, Alicia, when there's anything to do with coal, and the other colleagues from Asturias that I've met in the last few days, thank you very much for what you've done. And I just wanted to say to everybody, either in the room or listening, that there is interpretation from English to Spanish. You need to get a little set with earphones. They're over there if you don't have one. But please take that, profit from the facilities that are available there. That will make things go very well. European coal in transition. I mean, it's such an important area for you, I know, for Asturias, but for many other regions of the European Union and outside. We have so much to do. We really want to support this just transition. As I say, I have a professional and personal passion for this subject, and we're going to have some keynote speeches. And just looking at the short biographies of the people who are making these speeches, I think they probably share this passion and this interest because they have a very, very interesting set of experiences themselves. So first of all, I'd like to invite Enrico Fernandez Rodriguez to come and talk. He is the president of Hunosa since January 2024, and I'm sure he'll tell us about Hunosa, but it was a mining company many years ago, and is now much more of a green energy environmental company. And it's made this transition, and it's trying to help everything that's happening in Asturias. And you've been an academic, you've been a politician, you're now in the business environment, so you've seen every single side of what's going on. You have a passion for mining, for the mining research, for the just transition that we're doing. So please, and thank you very much for allowing this event to go forward, and hand the floor to you.
Muy buenos días, alcalde de San Martín del Rey Aurelio, consejera de Transición Ecológica, Industria y Desarrollo Económico, viceconsejero de Industria.
Welcome to authorities, one and all, the Mayor of San Martín del Rey Aurelio, Director General for Research and the European Commission, and all of the authorities and executives who are here with us. And Mr. Webb, thank you for your introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, one and all, I hope you will be welcome to this event in Pozo Sotón, dealing with this area where which used to be mined, but which is no longer mined since 2014. But we keep the memory of mining alive. Undoubtedly, this is an exceptional place to hold today's event. And I would like to thank the European Commission for choosing us to host these projects to decrease methane and to generate renewable hydrogen from mining waters. This company, Hunosa, which for the last 3 months has been my pleasure to preside, starting in 1967, it was the most important coal mining company in Spain. And today it is evolving and promoting renewable energies as an agent of decarbonization in symphony with the fair and ecological transition of energy, which is under the auspices of the European Union. So research and development have underlaid our work for the last decades. I would point out that the many numbers of calls for regional, national, and European calls, we've had the pleasure to participate. And undoubtedly, being able to participate in the RFCS project is indeed an honor for our company. Research and development have not only been undertaken from the very beginning of the gradual closure of our mines, but instead even when these are fully operational. I would highlight projects, Estrain y Carvalaz, which worked in the gasification of our coal layers and the use of new technology for CO2 capture in Flexical and CO2. But today, we have to focus on the project we're talking about today, the RFCS, mine to hydrogen. This is the case not only because of our commitment. Obviously, we're talking about 18 million euros, an ambitious economic interest there, but also the impact that it has on our partners who are with us here in Asturias, as well as other mining regions. I must mention Duro, Felguera, ALSA, the University of Oviedo, and Nortegas for helping us, without failing to mention the GEIC in Poland, who's a regular collaborator in much of our research. So I thank all of them as well. But I must also highlight what this project represents for the territory. It's extremely important for Langreo and for Asturias that we take these first steps in the energy transition for the future, namely renewable hydrogen. And I would like to repeat that it is worthwhile to mention that this commitment that Hunosa and our partners have for Asturias and Spain, we are fully committed to mining to green renewable hydrogen. So this mine to hydrogen is a strategic plan for Hunosa for many reasons. On the one hand, it represents the reutilization of our mining spaces to have a renewable fuel source, which is also environmentally friendly. We provide activity and jobs for our areas. We are able to take advantage of mining waters, a resource that we have to regard as a benefit and an asset to reactivate our areas. Likewise, and finally, integrating the plant of 2.5 megawatts in our heat networks, either injecting green hydrogen or extracting the residual heat, is a technological challenge that will be useful in reaching new clients and how to lower the cost of heating and hot water for our neighbors, providing services for the mining regions themselves. Together with the current work in terms of green hydrogen, Hunosa for many years has been creating many heat networks through geothermics, taking advantage of the water in our underground mines and achieving greater value from them using this underground heating network using biomass boilers. On the other hand, in the last semester of last year, we're currently working on the La Pereda power plant using autochthonous and sustainable energy. This is our great project for the future and a faithful reflection of the reality we are currently experiencing as we abandon fossil fuels and move towards the use of more renewable and sustainable fuels. Together with technological development, in territories such as ours, Asturias, with our climate, we can also carry out solar energy. In fact, we are working on the project that will be the largest photovoltaic project with 2.8 megawatts. On the other hand, and to finish up, but it's still a very important point. We have to also make mention of the fact that we are taking advantage of the hydraulic resources we have to generate electricity and store energy by means of reversible pumping. So, these isothermia, biomass, solar energy, hydraulic energy, all of these are sustainable and clean energies for the future development of our society. A development that Hunosa and the Asturian mining areas want to contribute within the framework of the environmental and fair transition at the European Union level. So with no further ado, again, I would repeat to one and all my welcome to Pozo Soton and my thanks to the European Union for supporting this initiative and for choosing us to be able to host today's event. Thank you very much, and I very much hope you enjoy your visit to Asturias over the course of these few days.
Thank you very much. What a great start. So next keynote speaker is Nieves Roqueñi Gutierrez, who is the Councillor of Ecological Transition, Industry and Economic Development for Asturias. So a wonderful title. I was sort of blown away when I first read it. Ecological Transition, Industry and Economic Development in this region. A massive challenge, massive title. You were born not far from here. I think you've been an academic. You still are an academic at the University of Oviedo, one of the really important partners in so many research fund for coal and steel projects, and now you've become a councillor, moved into the political arena. You've participated yourself in many European projects, as well as, you told me, being an expert in the research fund for coal and steel. So I hope we paid her quickly, Sebastiano, when she was there. Please, Nieves.
Good morning, Lord Mayor, President of Hunosa, Vice Councilperson, and of course, welcome to Paul Webb from the Directorate General for Research and Innovation, the European Commission, and Sebastian Fumero, who is the head of the European Research Executive Agency. Colleagues, friends, one and all, good day. First of all, I would like to congratulate the European Commission, the Director General, and the European Union Association of the Eurocol for holding this event. In addition, my personal thanks, and on behalf of the government of the Principality of Asturias, for choosing Asturias to host your event. Asturias is a region with a very strong coal mining and industrial tradition, which is playing a major role in the transition that the European Union has talked about, the first geographical area which is climatically neutral. And this says a great deal about this tremendous challenge that we are facing, the ecological transition, without losing sight of industry and economic development and competitiveness of our regions. So in our case, in addition to this challenge for decarbonization, has a huge impact on the one hand, because there have been many coal mines that have been closed, and then the finishing of electric energy generation from fossil fuels. It is certainly disappearing from the mines little by little, but they have been and continue to have tremendous social and economic impacts in this area, which has been the home of mining and important industrial companies. But it doesn't just affect mining areas, it affects all of Asturias. Therefore, our aim and our commitment is to promote a fair transition for our people and our regions. But in addition to this perfect storm of decarbonization, it also hits us at a regional level, the very industrial heart of our area, because we must remember that more than 21% of our GDP is based on industry which consumes a great deal of energy, with, of course, which produces a tremendous amount of CO2 emissions. So at the government, we have and continue to plan and design strategies and engage in processes of dialogue between politicians, institutions, and the people in the areas to promote this transition of our economic model. The way I see it, this tremendous effort that we are carrying out with decision-making, I think we're aware that decarbonization is an irreversible process, and that for governments it's an opportunity for the future for a region such as Asturias, which seeks to retain and maintain the industrial strength, but also open up new areas for the future based on the accumulated industrial experience. So within this arena, or in the scenario in which we are leading new development in the industrial chain of value and renewable energies, brings main players and new energy vectors such as ammonium or green hydrogen, with projects such as EDP currently has, and the European interests as well, with the interest in renewable energies, Asturias H2, and renewable hydrogen, and the storage in the call for the value change are major pillars. So during the course of today's event, we will have two main players with the innovative initiatives that Asturias is participating in that fund for coal and steel, RFCS. that Paul mentioned and that I've had the good fortune to be able to participate in from the university and as an expert for the different projects. It's therefore, for me, a privilege to be here. So an REM project has to do with the reduction of methane in areas that were previously mined. We have to remember that methane is one of the priority targets that was set in the Glasgow summit by the United Nations, which is also driving this around the globe. The Mine to Hydrogen project involves Nortega, Salsa, the university, the Institute of Research Institute, has to do with obtaining renewable hydrogen through hydrolysis in the mining areas. So there's a clear profile for innovation here in line with the agency's projects as well as European Commission's projects. So everything having to do with renewable energies, everything that has to do with autochthonous resources and valuing the mining assets. And in this case, we're talking about a circular economy. So this unique space, Pozo Soton, is an ideal place to look at the isothermics, and this is a reality and has been for several years now. Hunosa is now taking that leap to the production of green hydrogen. We're going from mining to hydrogen, that resource that we have in abundance here in Asturias, which is water. So I'm sure that today will be a wonderful opportunity to make Asturias, the role Asturias is playing in energy transition, very visible in this Pozo Soton. Likewise, we will be able to raise awareness around the coal areas that are undergoing transition. And here we have many partners in this project, as well as in other coal mining areas. So we have the rebirth of the phoenix, as it said earlier on, and especially the commitment that moves us to fight against climate change. So thank you very much, and I wish you all a very profitable day.
An invitation, you said to profit from the accumulated industrial experience that you have, and I think your experience probably matches with many others, the importance of combining academia and business, which is what we try to do in our projects. The Research Fund for Coal and Steel always tries to make sure we have, yes, the academic work in there, but also the businesses involved to make sure that we can really deploy these solutions. So the Mayor of the municipality is not actually here today, so we're going to move on to a recorded speech, in fact, by Marc Lemaitre. So at the Research Executive Agency, we are charged by the Directorate General for Research Innovation to implement this program, and Marc Lemaitre is the Director General, so he's sort of our supervising body, if you like. He's had a long involvement in regional development. He was in the private office of a Commissioner for Regional Development. He was the Director General of the Directorate General for Regional Development. And what you don't know from his resume is I met him on Monday on the way to work, because he lives very close to me, and we were just talking about this conference, and his real desire for a just transition is absolutely genuine. So he's going to have his recorded speech on the EU research and just transition. So I hope the colleagues, the technical colleagues, can make his speech available now.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure to share a few thoughts with you today. Coal is a telling example of how the European Union can and must manage the green transition in a fair and just way. More than 70 years after the creation of the European coal and steel community, we still have 76 coal mines in the EU, and close to 150,000 highly skilled specialists work either in coal mines or in coal-fired power plants today. Since the Paris Agreement of 2015, 76%, i.e. 3/4 of existing coal mines have been closed. In February this year, the Commission put forward clear ambitions for 2040. The CO2 reduction target should move from 55% in 2030 to 90% by 2040. This will require to phase out unabated coal by 2040. The overall direction is hence clear. To ensure that no region, community, or worker is left behind in the green transition, the EU budget for 2021 to 2027 includes a dedicated just transition mechanism of 55 billion euros, as well as from 2026, a social climate fund. The research fund for coal and steel was updated in 2021 to fit EU climate policy directions better. Over the period 2021 to 2027, 130 million euro is foreseen for so-called big-ticket calls for coal under the Research Fund for Coal and Steel. For example, we started funding the project Mine to H2, i.e. mine to hydrogen, with 9 million euros in 2023, thus offering a contribution of 50% to the project's budget. The project promises to become a prime example for place-based innovation. It embraces participants from Spain, including the University of Oviedo, as well as from Poland, and aims at repurposing a former open-pit coal mine in Asturias in two ways. First, water from the coal mine is used for an electrolyzer in a green hydrogen plant. Second, photovoltaic installations should be located on this open-pit coal mine to deliver the required electricity. This is a great example of how the Research Fund for Coal and Steel is supporting projects that are helping to regenerate coal regions with new activities. In conclusion, climate change is a major challenge for all of us, implying deep changes. For those regions for which the transformation required will be particularly profound, I wish to reassure you that the Commission will be at your side to make the best use of the numerous supporting tools at hand. Finally, I would want to sincerely thank Eurocoal and the European Research Executive Agency for co-hosting this event in the region of Asturias, and of course, all of you joining today. I wish you a day full of energizing and enriching exchanges. Muchas gracias.
Okay, so you heard there's some quite big money around for this just transition. Is it big enough money? Go in the right places, I don't know. I know that the policy has some controversy. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about it. Maybe we'll hear about that in a minute from Vladimir Budinsky, who's going to be the last keynote speaker. Vladimir was originally in the mining industry, but is now much more involved in clean energy. He is Vice Chairman of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, group of experts for cleaner electricity production from fossil fuels. So this is the way that he started to move forward. He's also been a politician. He was transport minister in the very first Czech Republic government. So the first, as Czech Republic separated from Czechoslovakia, he became the transport minister. He was president of Eurocoal, then senior vice president. Now you're back as acting president of Eurocoal. And he's going to talk to us about the coal industry across Europe and the wider outlook for coal. So trying to take a wider aspect, I imagine, is what you're going to tell us about and where it's all going. So Vladimir, please.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Allow me to greet you with miners' greeting, good luck. Here in this Soto mine, I have seen memorials of the miners who have lost their lives during the mining process. So this is so important to have a luck in the mining. So once again, good luck. Good morning, distinguished guests. European Commission officials, our colleagues from Spain, those joining online, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to speak to you on behalf of Eurocall, the European Association for Coal and Lignite, at this important workshop on big-ticket projects supported by the Research Fund for Coal and Steel. The Director's general message was well received, and I thank Marc Lemaitre for the attention he gives to our fund. The fund has long history. Like Eurocall, it can trace its root back to year 1952 and the birth of the European coal and steel community. The European Union was built on the wealth from coal. Today, we need to make sure that the proud traditions of the coal regions live with new purpose. The European coal sector is currently undergoing the profound transformation. Coal mining is no longer just an economic question. The climate goals and energy security are key concerns of policymakers. At EU level, two policies reign supreme. The firstly, its European Green Deal, launched in 2020, pushes for phase-out of coal power generation. So-called Fit for 55 strategy projects, a 50% decrease in European coal consumption between 2019 and 2030. It aims to achieve a 55% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and target laid down the European climate law, which came into force in 2021. And secondly, there is a policy Repower EU action plan, which was launched after Russia's full-scale invasion to Ukraine in February 2021. This plan recognized the importance of coal for energy security and projects a lower reduction in coal use between 2020 and 2030 of 36% only, compared to 50%. Other countries around the world are going in the opposite direction. Coal still accounts for over 1/4, exactly it is 26.7% of all energy supply. At best, 7% of all global energy supply comes from renewables. So you can see that the renewables still, and the total energy, deliver a minor part of energy. Today, I want to present an overview of EU coal sector and examine some policies that are of great importance to us. More than anything, I want to explain why the coal regions need new technologies to move forward. Not just technologies to correct problems of the past, but new technologies to grow new activities in the regions, activities that create jobs and build prosperity. When we think about the RFCS and why it has the word coal in this title, we must not imagine only research projects that minimize the environmental impact of coal. We must also have projects that support the just transition of coal sector and the coal regions. Article 4 of the technical guidelines are clear on this, especially the point about repurposing former mines and other coal-related sites. The mine to hydrogen project is a good example. The only restriction is that projects should be in line with the climate-neutral and environmentally friendly transition. That gives the RFCS an amazingly broad scope, and we should take advantage of that to support a great variety of activities in the coal regions. Even activities that do not directly involve coal is the black gold. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin my presentation. Eurocoal has 23 members and observers from 14 countries, EU member states as well as candidate countries. Based in Madrid, Sistra Subterra Ingenieria is a member with research and development interest. Europe's largest coal mining nations are Poland and Germany, but use of coal extends from Finland to Turkey and from Portugal to Ukraine. Since Russia's invasions, Eurocoal's member in Ukraine, DTEC, has worked under dangerous conditions to secure the country's electricity supply. Recently in the morning, the Russians attacked 3 coal power stations. DTEC has lost almost all its assets during the war. Coal has been essential for Ukraine. With the war still in progress, the EU must live without Russian fossil fuels, coal and oil, and especially without Russian gas. In the coming week, we can anticipate new sanctions on Russian LNG imports. On this slide, you can see the last year's situation, or year 2022 situation of coal in Europe. Whilst coal mining is now concentrated in the center of Europe, east and south of Europe, every EU member state still uses some coal, except the island of Malta. Often imported coal is from global market, and every country imports from China products that are made from coal or who are using the energy that coal provides. As the COVID pandemic receded, the EU lignite production bounced back in 2021 and 22 to almost 300 million tons, but last year demand slumped by a massive 24% to just 224 million tons. Germany is the largest producer, followed by Poland, and my own country, the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Romania, and Greece. The closure in April 2023 of Germany's last 3 nuclear plants was expected to mean stronger demand for lignite. The outrun was not so good as German energy demand fell by 6% in 2022 and then by 8% in 2023. The European industry is in problems because high prices of energy cuts the industry output. Coal imports into the EU enjoyed exceptional growth of 18% in 2022, but then collapsed by 26% in 2023, down to less 100 million tons. Warmer weather and higher coal stock meant there was a less need for imports. Hard coal production at Polish and Czech mines, and there are only 2 countries who produce hard coal now in Europe, last year fell 9% to only 50 million tons. On this slide, you can see production of coal and lignite in 2022. Looking ahead, most member states have decided to phase out coal for power generation. This slide for Eurostat shows that Germany and Poland are the dominant producers of respecting lignite and Poland of hard coal. German hard coal production stopped at the end of 2018. 7 other member states use lignite, including Hungary and Slovenia. You might be surprised to see Norway on that graph. Not so long ago, they mined 2 million tons a year on the island of Spitsbergen in the Arctic Circle. Last year, they only mined what was needed to keep a heat and power plant running. This year, that plant has been replaced with the diesel generators and big battery. And we will see how that works out. The winters there are very long, dark, and you in Astoria cannot imagine how cold they are. And they might need very big battery. On this graph, you can see coal and lignite value in the EU electricity generation in 2022. Liquid natural gas from the US and elsewhere is not as cheap as the Russian pipeline gas. So in 2022, Europe switched back to coal for power generation, at least to a certain extent in those countries they had not to close their power plants. And then in 2023, coal demand slumped. We are in a volatile situation, very dependent on LNG imports, and not sure if industrial energy demand will be bounced back. Despite these ups and downs, the EU takes a leading position on climate. The share of coal and lignite in power generation was only 17% in 2022, way less than the global average of 35%. And there are some EU countries like Poland who are still heavily dependent on coal. On this slide, you can see demand forecast for coal under European policy to 2050. The response of the European Commission to the energy crisis was first outlined in a communication in March 2022. Then on 18 May of 2022, the Commission published its Repower EU plan. The Commission now sees scope for more coal to be used for power generation to displace 105 terawatt-hours of gas-fired generation to save up of 24 billion cubic meters of gas each year. This will require investment of euro 2 billion to keep coal plants running while still meeting EU pollution standards. This represents 15% of our Russian gas imports and is similar to what the International Energy Agency proposed to its 10-point plan to wean the EU of Russian gas. The Russian shock has been managed. We saw the Australian coal industry navigate a similar shock when China banned Australian imports late in 2020. In the Commission's analysis for Repower EU, it assumes a coal price of around $90 per ton. In October 2021, coal prices rose to over $200 per ton, and then to over $400 in summer 22. So you can see how to be reliant on imports is very dangerous. Today, they are more normal at around $100 per ton. The Commission needs to consider the impact of much higher energy prices on the EU economy and on the individual member state. Work on that has been promised. On this slide, you can see Fit for 55 and Repower EU. What is the end point of EU climate and energy policy? Well, here is a chart from recent policy documents showing how wind and solar photovoltaic are expected to grow. By 2030, the installed capacity of these two energy sources should be well over 1,000 gigawatts, which is roughly the total installed capacity of all types of generation in EU today. And you are in Spain very lucky that you have lots of sun and you are abundant of this source of energy. We must build a complete new energy infrastructure. If you have a land and capital, then the future looks good. You build a solar power station. Now, how many jobs this brings to Europe? It's a question, because there are installation jobs, certainly, but not so many, and the manufacturing of most of the equipment is imported from China. So China benefits of this transition. This is something which is very important for European industry. EU emissions trading system is the most expensive in the world. The main tool of EU choose to achieve its climate goals is the emission trading system, or ETS, how we call it. When it was introduced in 2005, it was presented as an incentive for coal utilities to increase the efficiency of their plants and diversify their portfolios. Today, Some Eurocoal members spent more on buying EU ETS allowances as on all their costs combined, fuel, labor, and OPEX. And sometimes happens that actual price of electricity is lower than price of allowance, which puts a coal power station out of the business. And you can see different states, different countries, and you see that in carbon price, there is no valid that one size fits all. And many states, even rich states like Canada, have different prices of CO2 for less developed regions. But definitely, European Union has highest price of CO2, which very badly affects industry. This slide shows price of electricity for household in parity of purchasing power. The cost of carbon and other taxes and levies is reflected already in household electricity prices. The EU has the highest electricity prices in the world, as well for households, as well for industry. Electricity is cheaper in Japan, it's much cheaper in US, and especially it's very cheap in China. This is one of the reasons why the energy-intensive industries as aluminum smelting are relocating away from EU to other regions. And you can see the differences, and you can see that the prices of electricity are the highest in the regions who are still dependent on coal. And it is not because of expensive coal, it is not because coal is not competitive, it is because the ETS allowance. On this slide, you can see the European coal and lignite production in the history. What does all this mean for coal and lignite? The historic trend of declining production in Europe won't change. This graph shows that the evolution of coal, which powered the Industrial Revolution in Europe, including Turkey, with some global events and changed the course of otherwise perfect bell-shaped Hubbard curve for the production of finite resource exploit in free market economy. Coal and peat oil share phase-out plans in EU. Gas to coal switching may mean that coal phase-out plans are delayed a little, as in Greece, in France, but the trend towards the end of coal use by 2040, or latest for 2049 in case of Poland, will continue. However, the German government must think carefully whether it can bring forward the country's 2038 phase-out date, as was promised in the coalition agreement of the current coalition government. That was drafted before the war in Ukraine and before the Nord Stream gas pipelines from Russia were blown up. To compensate for the socio-economic impacts of coal phase-out, countries can receive money from the Just Transition Fund. To qualify, they must commit to total phase-out of coal for power generation in 2050. All EU member states have announced phase-out plans, and many have secured EU funding for that. But I must tell you that the EU funding are not sufficient. In my country, in the Czech Republic, for example, annually, the coal produced the same amount of money which we are promised to receive from European Union in 7 years. So from that you see that the resources promised from European Union are not sufficient. Here you can compare the China's coal production from 1900 to 2022. And the production last year even boosted. So I said I would talk about Europe, but we can't ignore what happens in the world. and we can't ignore the coal use in China, India, and rest of Asia. As EU politicians proudly boast about phasing out coal and eventually other fossil fuels, coal use in China has exploded. The blue line is the same chart you saw a moment ago for Europe. On the top of that, the red line shows Chinese coal production with good data since 1949 and estimate data prior that. There is a clear divergence. We in the West are turning away from the fuel that is now powering the industrial development of great nations whose product we have become increasingly reliant on. Right now, there are 140 gigawatts of new coal power plants under construction in China. That's more. That's entire fleet of coal and lignite-fired power plants operating today across Europe. So if we switch off our coal now, China will replace it after they finish the construction. And it's not all, because China invests in coal power stations in other states of Asia. The verdicts of European Court of Human Rights last month in the Swiss pensioners case means that the countries must consider upstream emissions in their climate policies. There is a lot of embedded carbon emissions in the products we import and enjoy from China. Pretty much everything made there depends on coal. Even the production of plastic, textiles, iPhones, and electromobiles, Tesla. This is historical world's CO2 footprint. And you can see that European states are not in forefront. The highest emissions ever in history have United States, number 2 is China, and number 3 is Russia. EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism called CBAM. To address upstream carbon emissions, the EU has introduced a Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM. Importers of iron and steel, cement, aluminium, fertilizers, electricity, and even hydrogen must buy CBAM certificates based on the weekly average price of EU ETS auction revenues. Enough certificates to cover the embedded emissions in their imports. Reporting requirements already apply since last year, but certificates will need to be bought from 2026 and 2.5% of the ETS price, and this percentage will increase continuously to 100% by 2034. So importers can only be examined if they can prove that the carbon tax has already been paid elsewhere. In this way, Europe hopes to encourage carbon trading schemes around the world, schemes which might eventually be linked together. Now I go to a very important part, which is methane regulation. Another command and control measure in the EU is the new methane regulation, which will impose significant cost on coal mining, but gives opportunities for research and development. In fact, the Research Fund for Coal and Steel was mentioned in the recitals to the regulation proposed by Commission. From 2025, the flaring and underground mines will have to be 99% efficient, and the venting methane via ventilation shafts will be prohibited above certain thresholds from 2027. To begin with, the ventile restriction applies to steam coal mines, but from 2027, we can expect something from the Commission on coking coal mines. The tragedies at coal mines in Turkey, in Poland, in 2022 reminds us that the effective management of methane is critical. These were horrendous accidents with many victims. Thanks to Europol, workers' safety is now in the regulation as well as incentives for those who capture and use coal mine methane. But it is not easy to capture the methane from ventilation air. because there is a huge volumes of air with low concentration of methane. So development and demonstration will be important. Later today, we will hear about the RAM project, which is a response to new methane regulation. Closed and abandoned underground mines will be obliged to use their methane unless they can demonstrate that this is not technically feasible. Finally, importers to the EU must demonstrate that their coal is subject to equivalent rules from 2027. So importing product in Europe will become more expensive. Methane regulation, monitoring, reporting, verification. For all type of coal mine, underground mines, surface mines, and closed mines, new reporting requirements will be applied. I can imagine that innovative solutions will be needed to make the necessary measurement in the way that is cost-effective, for example, in open-pit mines. The Research Fund for Coal and Steel will surely have a role here. Here you can see average greenhouse gas intensity of US LNG, pipeline gas, and coal in Europe. Especially, I have to comment the last bar of coal. If we calculate with lignite, there is no upstream because lignite production in open pit mine doesn't have a methane emissions. There is no transport, and the most efficient and the highest the power plant with the highest efficiency have roughly 750 tons of CO2 per megawatt hour. If you compare it with gas from Russia, it's almost the same figure. The outlook for coal in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, I come back to the title of my presentation. What is the outlook for coal in Europe? I can share with you some observation. While the coal sector is declining in Europe, it's not dying. Under many phase-out plans, we have a decade of more during which modest investment into mines and power plants can be made with low risk. It will take time for coal's flame to completely fade away. Tens of billions of euros are needed to replace the coal plants that are now closing in the EU. Enormous investment are needed to replace what took generations to construct. The political decisions being taken today will determine if we can build the foundations of our industrial past. With the renewable energy, we are entering new territory. Politics are key. Big decisions are being taken at a great speed. Many directives and regulations concerning the energy have been revised by the current Commission, and I have spoken about methane and carbon market. The priorities of the next Commission are unknown, and we have 29 days to elections to European Parliament. But we can imagine and we believe in some changes. Climate policy has accelerated coal's decline in Europe. More emphasis on industrial competitiveness and energy security could be certain coal plants being more highly valued as a part of the security reserve and to back up intermittent renewable resources. But that only works if they have an up-to-date pollution control system, so the newer plants, not the older ones. Meanwhile, European coal companies are diversifying into new areas. Eurocoal members often highlight their importance for regional value chains and the need to preserve jobs in the coal regions. Ladies and gentlemen, coal will remain an important source of European energy supply for the next decade, which gives the industry time to embrace the opportunities that lie ahead. New technologies will be essential. And this slide shows something positive for energy sector. If we look at the International Energy Agency latest work on a net zero scenarios, we can see that electrification of the economy makes the biggest contribution between now and 2050. That's the yellow areas of the charts. Lots of new technologies will be needed through many sectors, and consumption of electricity and heat will increase 3 times. My hope is that the Research Fund for Coal and Steel will continue to have a role funding energy transition projects in the coal regions, projects that they make difference. The European Commission is the research executive agency, should not be too concerned about the research topics. So long as the projects are helping the coal regions to prosper, then we, the coal industry, will be supportive. We need more big tickets projects, so open up the scope of calls. Even this means overlaps with other EU-supported research programs or initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your listening. I was long, but it was important to tell you position of European coal industry. And again, good luck.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. I think it's important for all of us that work at the European Commission to hear Eurocoal from time to time as a sort of reality check of what we're doing, and really emphasizing the importance of the worldview. Even if we're not producing coal in Europe, other people are, and the technologies that we need to provide still remain absolutely crucial. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your keynote speeches. Now have the pleasure to announce that it's time for coffee. We're a little bit in advance, but I know that in all these events, networking is one of the key elements. So I propose that even though we're a bit in advance, we come back at 11:30 after coffee, which I suppose is at the back there. Thank you very much to the speakers, and thanks for listening.
O sea, ahora todo lo que digamos en cabina se oye todo en esto, ¿no? Vale. O sea, ahora ya tenemos que tener cuidado.
Vale. ¿Cómo tomas el café?
Ok, ok. Hello, hello. Can you hear us? If you can hear me, say hello. Ya, porque lo tiene Úrsula porque está hablando con ellos. Ahora mismo, ahora mismo. Tú no me oyes, ¿eh? Vale. If you... Hello, if you hear me, can you write in the chat something like hello? A ver el chat.
¿Qué estás estudiando?
Esta presentación. ¿Qué es PERTE?
¿Qué es PERTE? Lo dijo antes, sí. ¿Lo encontraste?
Pero...
¿Sale en alguna de las presentaciones? No.
Aparece en la presentación que toca ahora, pero no tengo ni idea de qué significa.
Pues yo no lo vi.
HRA. Pues entonces espérate.
PHRA.
PERTE.
Ah, PERTE.
Sí.
Es que lo dijo antes alguno de los... No sé si lo dijo libremente.
HRA. Eso tampoco lo tenemos aquí.
¿Cuál es el otro?
EHRA.
RA.
Sí. PERTE, EHRA y luego también tenemos IP.
Pero eso, PERTE, EHRA, HRA.
Es que yo que para mí van a seguir así. A ver, PERTE.
Proyectos estratégicos para la recuperación y transformación económica.
¿Y si lo dejáramos así, PERTE?
Sí, eso en español.
Esto aparece en inglés.
Sí, pero es que son las siglas en
Ah,
español.
vale.
Proyectos estratégicos para la recuperación y transformación económica.
Pues ya está.
Entonces eso en inglés no se dice.
¿Puede ser IPCI? No lo sé. Oh dear Lord, the music drives me nuts. I feel very crouchy because I'm not on my game.
Proyectos estratégicos para...
No, entonces, no. Strategic?
Economic Recovery and Transformation.
Oh, genial. S-P-E, es
Ah, no, pero
Perte.
espera, porque está en español. Claro, es que igual es una cosa de España, ¿eh?
Claro.
Entonces son pertes.
What are Pertes?
Claro, ¿ves?
Yeah.
Pero es que serán españoles solo.
Wait, let me get the name though. Perte, strategic. What is it? Strategic energy.
Proyectos estratégicos
Strategic projects.
en inglés.
Yeah. Proyectos estratégicos
Economic Recovery and Transformation.
for economic recovery.
Bueno, aquí pone for the recovery and transformation of the economy. Tú dirás.
Yeah, I don't think so. Recovery and what else?
Transformation.
Transformation.
Of the economy, pero mejor
Economic.
economic.
Transformation and recovery.
Sí, queda más bonito. Verde, o sea que verde, verde. Queda lo otro, EHRA.
Yeah.
No, esto me parece que no es.
No, it? I don't think so. I just have this odd idea. It's a, pit of the stomach kind of feeling.
Nada, Sociedad Española de Cardiología. A ver, porque en este PERTE, aquí en lo del plan de recuperación sale, me parece. Plan de recuperación. PERTE RHA fue el cuarto de los proyectos estratégicos.
Okay, you already have this.
Mira, energías renovables, hidrógeno, espera. Energías renovables, hidrógeno renovable y almacenamiento energético.
How?
Energías renovables, hidrógeno y almacenamiento. O sea que es un tipo de PERTE. Es un tipo de PERTE.
Sí.
Hidrógeno y almacenamiento.
But how do they get into the... Oh, there you go.
¿El qué?
How do they get All right.
Ya tenemos, gracias. Ya hacemos a por uno.
Muchas gracias. Okay, and then you do have the IPCE.
IPC, IPC. Sí.
But let me see what that looks like in Spanish.
Es proyecto de interés
Sí, europeo, ¿no?
de mucho interés. Es IPCEI.
Es un dice, proyecto importante
Importante. Sí,
de
porque es de
común
mucho interés.
europeo. Vale, pues eso lo voy a entrar dos veces, me da igual, pues vale dos veces.
Vale.
Ay, Lord, love it. I don't know why my aunt would ever say that. Like, what kind of expression is that?
Which one?
Lord, love a duck. My family, my mother's family, they had a pile of these things, And they'd say, well, don't get your knickers in a twist. But why wouldn't they say, don't get your knickers in a knot? Where you have the alliteration, right? So when I started saying, don't get your knickers in a knot, then they didn't like that. It's in a twist. It's like, yes, but I like the alliteration of knot, okay? Very odd. Oh, here's another one. Hotter than the hinges of hell. How do you know? Have you ever gone and touched the hinges of hell? And why the hinges of hell? Why not just hotter than hell? Hotter than the hinges of hell. It's very colorful language in my family. See, this is what happens when your ancestors, when your forebears come from the mountains, you get all this weirdness.
Está muy bien.
I think it's because, there's that geographical isolation.
Yes, so
And
they invent things that nobody else.
And they never go away.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, maybe Lord Leviduck was something that everyone was saying in the 1920s. My
Yeah,
family
in that
just
same
never
area,
really
yeah.
caught on to that.
But it's like when you meet Asturians living in Brussels, they use things that we no longer use here. It was really funny because I was talking to them and they were saying, like these kind of expressions that I've never heard before here being used in Asturias today. I mean today, like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because I believe they are using expressions that they were really normal or usual when
Right.
they left.
Well, maybe they lived in a coal mine.
Also.
I mean, I don't know.
Dice que sonríamos la chica que está ahí. Ay, ay, ay.
Now, I do feel like one mistake that they have made with using this as the venue is that there's only one bathroom for women and one for men. All right, I will have a few. Do you want some hazelnuts?
No thanks.
Hazelnuts. Okay, you want to know? My family doesn't call them hazelnuts.
¿Cómo las llaman?
My family calls them filiberts. Who the hell calls these things filiberts? My family.
But it's nice because you have your own
Vernacular.
dialect.
Maybe I'm wrong,
So
and I
it's very
hope I'm
special.
wrong, but I'm thinking that there was a certain amount of endogamy going on,
Too
you know,
much.
and this has resulted in, this is the gene stock we've got. And I'm telling you, I came out of the shallow end of the gene pool. Oh, yep.
Sí, buenos días de nuevo. Gracias,
Thank you, and I would again invite you all to take your seats because we will be starting again in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Buenos días.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director General, celebrities, friends, acquaintances. We're going to begin this panel talking about hydrogen. And just to highlight certain aspects of hydrogen, to the degree to which we are facing challenges such as climate change, which is easily recognized by all of us, and we're all well aware of the importance it has, and especially with greenhouse gas emissions, we find as a very promising, hydrogen as a promising substitute for traditional fuel. From its potential as a clean and renewable energy for mobility, industry, hydrogen is opening its path towards a more sustainable and decarbonized future. The design and construction of hydrogen plants, such as electrolysis plants, the need for specialized infrastructure in order to integrate fuels such as hydrogen into the transportation sector is an unprecedented feat. And it has to do with the bioavailability, and the progress of the economy of hydrogen is where technology play a very important role. To overcome these problems in recent times, suggestions have been to use green hydrogen. And again, I would underscore green as an appropriate solution. At a European level, it has been elevated to an energetic vector. The effect of hydrogen combustion produces only water, which, as we know, is the leading cause of, does not produce CO2, which, as we know, is the major greenhouse gas effect. And this does not happen when we are using hydrogen for combustion on land. So the production of hydrogen by breaking apart the molecule of the water molecule, typically by electrolysis, means that the molecule which is produced in this way is termed green. It can therefore be termed sustainable, and therein the growing interest in the production and use of hydrogen. In certain industrial applications and mobility where electrification is certainly very difficult and not terribly viable in economic terms, hydrogen arises as a suitable substitute. Hydrogen could contribute to substituting a great deal of these fuels, particularly fossil fuels and industrial processes, for two basic reasons. On the one hand, in terms of abatement of CO2 abatement in industrial processes, all those processes that need to be reduced that have either coal or methane, are susceptible to using hydrogen as a substitute. And number two, in terms of mobility, in place of those substances, electrification is very difficult, or in the case of heavy transportation, that provides very little autonomy. Hydrogen can therefore become a key element in the process of energetic transition. And at present, we are all very aware of different interest groups as well as different projects here in Hunosa with mining water, for instance. For every kilo of hydrogen, some 10 kilos of water are necessary. So when we're talking about hydrogen, we're talking about green, but we're not talking about water. In Asturias, we have the advantage that we have a lot of water. As a result, this project appears to be quite promising. So with this first panel, we will have José Manuel Pérez Rodrigo. He's the head of H2 Regulation and Government Affairs since 2021. He is linked professionally to EDP, and he dedicates most of his time to areas of regulation, especially hydrogen. And he will talk about the role of hydrogen here in Asturias. So, José Manuel, the floor is yours.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos.
Hello and good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be able to come here and talk about how EDP, and a company such as EDP, perceives the perspectives that the hydrogen sector has. This is a nascent sector. And as you know, this sector is beginning, as Juanjo said, it's a very promising one. These perspectives regarding how the regulation is changing interest in renewable hydrogen and what impact this may have for a sector such as the coal sector, while hydrogen basically is not a full substitute, but it does contribute to the transition. And what impact does this have for companies such as ours, EDP? And we are focusing right now on renewables. And what is the impact of hydrogen on an area such as Asturias, which depended heavily on coal, and finding now that hydrogen is a new possibility for industrial development? I'm going to say many things without much time, 10 minutes, so I will have to be very basic. For many of you who in attendance, this will be very basic. in the hopes that even within this level of non-difficulty of simplicity, there will hopefully you will all find something useful. So there's one thing that is very evident in terms of the hydrogen economy development. This is not new. It's been used in its version even in terms of fossil fuel combustion, and its use as a raw material is widespread. It's in fertilizers, for instance, or in the petrochemical area. But has been commented in the previous talkers, we have a very important challenge, which is the decarbonization. So there are various studies, and again, depending on who's telling the tale, for our future, despite the fact that hydrogen is a raw material now, it has to continue to be useful in the future in the form of clean hydrogen, which is why we are undertaking very ambitious decarbonization plans. In 2015, we are hoping to have Europe be the first carbon neutral area. Not only decarbonization, but it would also help to meet other strategies, such as developing renewable energies, which is obviously very important to the European Union, energy independence, sustainability, and of course, to bolster the electricity market, because hydrogen appears as a piece that can join to the gas and electric markets and thereby strengthen and bolster the electricity market. So obviously hydrogen will play a very important role. The doubt may arise as to when this will all happen. Certainly with European funding, as we've been seeing in recent years, this has undergone significant development. There is a project that is currently on the table, but we still have many enigmas in terms of the market perspectives. And I am going to talk about two enigmas or two barriers or challenges, depending on your degree of optimism, which I believe to be key in developing the hydrogen market. This first enigma has to do with whether hydrogen for decarbonization cannot just be done in any old way. We have to measure very carefully the life cycle of the hydrogen that's being produced and its use throughout the value chain. On the left, we can see that there are different ways to produce hydrogen. Some are cleaner, others are not. And we see some 7-10 kilograms of CO2 per life cycle. But if we're producing hydrogen and the emissions from this production exceeds this, then we're not doing things properly. And this would happen if we were to use electrifiable hydrogen, if in its life cycle, if it is not completely clean, so whether directly or indirectly has to go through fossil fuels, and we're not doing a good job of things because instead we're increasing global emissions instead of lowering them. So in Europe and in the US, we are having the same debate, which is putting forth a regulation, which is controversial, of course, and subject of a great deal of debate in the sector, which is additionality, demanding that hydrogen being produced, but also other clean energy sources, with the idea that the hydrogen being produced can be used for decarbonization. So that would be the initial development. But if you're not very strict in these conditions, what we're going to do will not serve the purpose of decarbonization. So the second consideration that I'm putting on the table is the economic challenger. As of today, hydrogen is not competitive with respect to traditional fuels that it should be substituting. So we call this difference the funding gap, which is the difference in production price, which has a lot to do with electricity price, and the price of the alternative it's meant to substitute, and which is price and emissions. So hydrogen is competitive more or less or not, but only with the funding. But it's clear that able to develop this in the decade, and the decade in the 2030s, it will have to be more competitive. But for now, we definitely need public funding. Europe is channeling this manner of providing public support largely, and based on previous experience. I was talking about the stick and the carrot, but in Europe we typically work more with sticks. So there are regulations that include the adoption of hydrogen in certain sectors, especially industry and transportation, and all of this in order to meet a very ambitious goal of having 20 million tons of energy based on renewable hydrogen. So we have 6 years ahead of us before we meet this 2030 graph. In order to meet the goals for 2035, the way we see it, the amount will be a bit lower. So we have to manage the expectations. We need to be ambitious, but perhaps not so much as to be able to meet these goals, but be that as it may, they're good. It's good to have measures, even if they're insufficient, because at the end of the day, at least we're walking in the right direction. So in Spain, this has also arrived with very ambitious targets, of course. Not long ago, we were talking about implementing 4 gigawatts of electrolysis. And now by 2030, whereas now we're talking about 11 gigawatts. So this would be very helpful in Europe. But as far as the economic funds are concerned, the goals are ambitious, but perhaps they may be insufficient to be able to meet our targets. There are goals. These 500 megawatts in 2026 is the most realistic at this point for authorized electrolysis. But if this is not approved, then of course our recovery plan will not be as robust as one would hope. So here, this is like different initiatives or public funding mechanisms, the Hydrogen Bank, we hear about this in the news. These figures are well below the expectations, and they may be able to or choose to progress, but with less funding. In Germany, for instance, it appears that it will be the germ of CO2 purchasing, and then we have the Innovation Fund, of course. Those of you who are here, I'm sure you've tried to take advantage of that. It's a highly competitive funding plan. Here in Asturias, we have a project that won the Innovation Fund. It's for electrolysis. Oops, let me see if I'm running out of time. And there's certainly many more things that we can do. This is a small sampling of measures that could be undertaken by countries such as Spain. Some have been carried out, others haven't. The ones with the green tick have already been undertaken, and there are some that are under consideration, and then of course there are other measures that are not even expected. So there's still a very long road to hoe in terms of developing the hydrogen. It would seem that things will not go so quickly, nor are they as promising as we originally thought. So here we have the coal plants, and this is an opportunity to be able to develop these hydrogen projects. With EDP, we have 5 coal plants in various states of operations. Some are closed, some are still operating on the Iberian Peninsula. And here we see a series of conditions which are very good to be able to develop these types of power plants and consider them as large-scale hydrogen production plants, particularly because of the opportunities that arise from the industries surrounding these plants. At the time, they set up business there because they were very close to what they were needing, and they will now become very useful for providing energy for these industries. In this regard, the policies that the European Union is putting in of a circular economy, reskilling of workers, of course, all of this is being undertaken in our installations. Here we can see the Iberian Peninsula and the location of these different plants. And hydrogen production is part, to a greater or lesser extent, in 3 cases in particular, are projects that are well advanced. The other two are a little bit more behind things. So I can't miss out on an opportunity such as this one to be able to accompany the development of a new business such as renewable hydrogen without overcoming an issue of installations such as coal installations, which we also heard a Eurocoal presentation. The installations are what they are. And we also don't want to leave these locations where we've been operating for many years without providing a solution. And one of the opportunities we've identified is hydrogen. So to carry out projects. And we've been fairly successful in terms of public calls for subsidies. And we're continuing to work on these projects and making investment decisions in the near future. So what do these EDP projects look like for an area such as Asturias or Andalusia, where we've set up business? What we want to do is to be at the center of the value chain, upstream and downstream. So the projects that we are considering, we don't want them to only be electrification itself, but the entire industry that surrounds these areas will also benefit from the implementation of these factories and coal mines. And we hope that they will be able to take advantage of the situation. The European Commission has named Asturias one of these priority region to carry out these types of initiatives. And this is more or less what I wanted to say. I hope I didn't go over time by too much.
Bueno, seguimos con este panel. Como resumen de la intervención de José Manuel, podríamos decir
We can say that hydrogen is key. For EDP, we need to say that we are talking about green hydrogen because we will repeat that very often, because we need to use hydrogen, but only if it comes from renewable sources. He also talked about the thermal plants that we have today. We can use them because they have good infrastructures to produce hydrogen, and at the end, it is something important coming from a company that is well represented in Asturias. And now we are going to give the floor to a key project where we use mining water, and for that we have Alicia. I won't be able to pronounce her family name, so we will call her Alicia. He is a teacher in the Central Institute in Katowice, Poland, and he is evaluating risks. And she is working in extraction and extraction department, and she's been working with different experts on methane and just transition. Alicia, you have the floor.
Buenos días, muchísimas gracias.
Thanks. I didn't know whether to speak English or Spanish, but I'm going to speak English.
It is my great pleasure to be here today and to present Mine to Hydrogen project. There were a lot of many warm words said during this morning session, and now I have a short time together with my colleague Iago Somoano from Hunosa, representing the major industrial company in the project, that will have time just to present you the basic information behind the project. So we have started a month ago, and we are at the beginning of a very interesting journey, and for sure with a lot of challenges, but we are looking to the future with excitement and hoping that within 3 years we will be able to show first results. So as you know, our project is for 4 months, and we are expecting to finish in September 2028. And the budget that was mentioned already a couple of times, it's 18 million with 50% of funding, which is a great advantage for us to be able to develop this project here in beautiful Asturias. So, yeah, now, good. Next. So, I put problems to tackle, but technically they are not problems, they are more ambitions. Our ambition, first of all, is to support the European Union to achieve a successful and just transition towards a sustainable future. I come from Katowice, so one of the coal mining regions that is facing now the transformation. So we are also looking for different possibilities and different opportunities to support the society with this transformation. We would like to help the regions more affected by the transition with the repurposing of end-of-life coal mines and developing a power sector based mainly on renewable energy, which we know that it's not easy. And hydrogen can be used as a fuel, but also as an energy carrier or a feedstock, and could reduce emissions in a hard-to-abate sector, particularly in industry and transport. So what are our main objectives of the project? First of all, as it was already mentioned, we want to use mine water for electrolysis to save water from the population supply, and we want to inject the hydrogen into natural gas grid, refueling and storage. So blending is one of our objectives. We are also going to demonstrate the economics of green hydrogen plants, which is not really easy. When we were submitting this proposal, we were technically giving information on economics, and we were saying clearly that 50% of subvention, exactly the amount we got, is needed to put ahead a good project. And also, we promised that we will do the training and reskilling of former coal miners, and we are hoping to achieve energy savings in geothermal district heating through heat recovery by electrolyzer cooling. What are the main expected results? First of all, as I said, within 3 years, we are expecting an operating green hydrogen plant. Yesterday we had our internal meeting with all the partners that I did not present it because I leave it to my colleague Iago, who will exactly tell you how well we are supported by the industry, and this is something that is really important for that kind of projects. This project, I always call it like an investment. This is not a typical research project, it is more like an investment. So we are very happy because we are the second funded project from coal that it's been granted through RFCS Big Ticket Coal. And this is an honor for us, and also a little bit of stress. So what we will do, we're also planning to do hybridization with an existing geothermal plant. We'll do the installation of photovoltaic plant in the former coal open pit mine, so the green energy will be used for the production of hydrogen. And finally, we are hoping to have an operating storage and distribution facility for hydrogen at 500 bar. And we are also expecting an operating virtual hydroduct and hydrogen refueling station, and a prototype of intercity hydrogen bus that I will show in a moment. We are planning injection of hydrogen to the natural gas, and as I mentioned, the training and reskilling program. And now you can see our idea. I hope this bus will be here in a couple of years. So we are promoting sustainable local economic growth and maximizing the number of green and quality jobs. And this, what you can see, is an idea of a prototype. It's being developed by Toyota Caetano from Portugal, and will use our hydrogen in a couple of years. We have to do a lot of work concerned communication and dissemination, because we want to reach multiple audience to maximize stakeholders' involvement. So, as you know, we are supported by Eurocall, but we also contacted United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and we want to reach associations related with hydrogen. Soon, our website is operating, and soon we will have there a video that will promote our project, and I'm hoping that it will give us a kind of a push of the information about our project. And one thing we promised under this project, that although it is developed here in Spain, where the quality of water is really good, We will do the benchmarking of calling mining companies focusing on feasibility of building green hydrogen plants to undergo their repurposing in different countries. And among them, it will be Poland. I come from Poland, so I would like to do the benchmarking in Poland and to see the economics behind this project if it would be applied in different conditions. And a little bit about exploitation that will be further developed by Iago. So we are contacting potential off-takers, regional and national bus fleet, urban bus fleet and waste management fleet. But as our industrial partner Duro Ferguera promised, we will try to explore further pilots, trying to involve other possible stakeholders. So onshore power supply. Let's hope we will make it. And just 2 slides about a little bit about economics. You know already that our project is of 18 million, so it's not really a big one, but still ambitious, because we are planning to produce 45 kilos per hour of hydrogen, which gives something like 270 tons per year of green hydrogen. And here you can see the values that we were assuming when preparing the proposals that convinced the evaluators to grant us this project. So we have to spend money on electrolyzer system of 2.5 megawatts, and we will also build a photovoltaic plant in an open pit mine, and we will do the blending and as well as hydrogen storage and refueling system. And we will also use digital twin and artificial intelligence software. And finally, as I've mentioned, we are planning to use the money to give a successful project soon, and what is very important, to give some hints and our lessons from developing this project together with major industrial partners here in Asturias. So now I will give floor to Iago. Thank you very much.
Bueno, después de los comentarios que nos ha hecho
Well, after the comments that we have seen, we are going to have Iago Somoano, who is the Chief Head of Innovation Department. He is a mining engineer, and he has had different roles. He has worked in La Pizarra. I was going to say something that maybe you don't know. First of all, he was working with me in the Maria Luisa mine a few years ago. He had a grant, and then he moved to La Pizarra. Then he went to Hunosa, and he is working on innovation. And he's going to talk to us about this project, a very interesting one, as Alicia was saying, but he's going to talk about why it is important for Hunosa. Iago, you have the floor.
Buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, Juanjo. Good morning to all of you. I am going to share with you what it means for Hunosa, this project, and the challenges that we are facing. First of all, we have a good team. These are the beneficiaries that are working in this project. We are going to talk about this new use of mining waters, synergies that we have with other projects that we have developed previously, also European projects, also how to get heat from electrolysis and how to include it in our heat networks, how to recover these mines, how to use them again, repurposing mines, and new technologies that are linked to the project. If we talk about our partners, we can talk about our coordinator, JIC, and also the university. We've been working with them in different European projects at FCS for years. We've been working with them. They have been very valuable to us. and they work as coordinators in the project that we see today in Grid Jobs University, and also they have been coordinating potentials recovery gig, and we understand that they are a very good partner. On the other hand, we have big companies such as Duro Felguera, Alsa, and Nortegas. All of them have some experience in green hydrogen, and all of them are big companies, but they have a very strong link to our region, to Asturias. About Duro Felguera, we can say that they were working on mining in the past. They were the ones working in the Soton mine before Hunosa in 67 until 1967, and now they have projects in grey hydrogen, and now they have some in green hydrogen. ALSA, what can we say about ALSA? It is a company that was born in Asturias. It is a multinational company in the Mobico Group. They have 4 hydrogen buses being used in Spain, and Nortegas is one of the main distributors of gas in Spain, and they are key in Asturias also. They have natural gas networks. When we talk about a new use for mining water, this means that this water is already being used for heating, hot water, in Mieres and La Felguera in both cities. Hunosa bombs 35 cubic hectometers from the mines that are already closed. This means 1 cubic meter per second. So it is a big amount of water, and the average temperature is 23 degrees. This means that we can generate, as I was saying, heat for heating services, hot water, but also chillers and a cooling service. We are using chillers and heat pumps. The first installations were created in Barredo in 2014, and we now have a power of 6.6 thermal megawatts and 3.6 in cold in Mieres. Also, we have heat installations in Fondón, where we have the first phase working since 2022 with 1.5 megawatts, thermal megawatts, and we are creating this heat network together, and we are using biomass. This would mean 1.5 thermal megawatts more, and we hope that it will start to be used in 2024, this year. We need to mention the synergies that we have through these European projects. We have 2 now green jobs where we are analyzing green hydrogen plants in mining areas and also reward heat. In this project, we have been analyzing the recovery of waste heat from electrolyzers for using them in district heating networks. This was previous to mining to hydrogen. We have seen that there is an opportunity. We can use electrolyzers. They have a 70% efficiency, and these heat losses can be used in our networks. This is a summary of the results that we have had in this reward heat project, and we have a cooling need of 30 to 40 degrees, and this allows us to improve the efficiency of our heat pumps 0.83 points per year. This would mean a reduction of the electricity cost and the kilowatt hours of the energy that we use from the grid of 27%. Also for us, it is key to recover our mining areas. We need to do something with these areas. Here we see the Soton mine, Pozo Fondón. We see how this area has been recovered for this heating project, and with this project we will be able to recover La Nalona mine that we see in this picture and the hydrogen plant that we see in the third one. This would follow the recovery that we have seen in Barredo. We had transformed this square and now it is a geothermal plant. And with the photovoltaic plant of El Cantil, we will be able to transform an open pit mine, in a photovoltaic installation. This project also allows us to develop other technologies, such as hydrogen storage, 50-100 bar. It will allow us to have the first bus with a fuel cell. We are going to have a digital twin in the green hydrogen plant, and we will have a blending with a natural gas network, testing the concentration but also setting limits to include hydrogen in these networks. Finally, we are using these synergies that we get from previous projects, and we know other companies and other organizations, and they will help us in this project. We want to recover these mining areas, open pit mines, collieries, and we want to have this circular economy with mining water, with this heat recovery, and we want to develop new technologies such as this intercity bus, blending, H2 storage, and digital twin. And we hope that they will allow us in the future to create new synergies for other projects. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
Bueno, ya para terminar este panel.
And now to finish with this panel, a short summary of what has been said about the project that's taking advantage of the Pozo Sotón for hydrogen production. Let's remember that this is a pit which is more than 100 years old, and it is where we are currently meeting, and has made a very decisive commitment to reconvert Hunosa's generation, to retain the Hunosa's history of its installations, such as this one. Hunosa is no longer even recognizable from what I knew years ago. So this is a very important commitment that Hunosa has made and has been making over the course of the last few years to maintain the sector and the employment. As far as the project, I would say that companies such as Alsa and Duro Felguera, in addition to Nortegas, assures a fair degree of success of the project. And so I wish them all the luck in the world for this project. And here's hoping that it is the beginning of many others. So thank you very much for listening to us. So I will now turn the floor over to the next panel discussion, which will be presented by Sebastián Fumero. He's the head of the unit, European Research Executive Agency.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would have liked to have made this presentation in Spanish. However, I lack sufficient vocabulary for that, so I'll switch to English.
Thank you very much for all these nice words about the funds that we are proud to manage, the European Research Fund for Coal and Steel. You have seen that we are trying to do a really good project, and we hope that in future we can get additional proposal and we can keep financing the phasing out from the coal region in the most positive way. I am proud to invite on the stage 3 directors, very high level expert and to have in connection from Brussels an head of unit that is very much involved in all the things that we are doing from the DG Research. So first of all, I would like to invite to the stage Maria Lorenzo. She's a mining engineer from the University of Oviedo. She has a master in integrated management system, and she is currently the director of Hunosa. So please welcome her with an applause. One is here? Okay. And then, thanks. Luis Bauzuela is another director from H2 unit of Duro Felguera Green Tech. I was looking at the web to understand what Duro Felguera does, and this is a global company. I'm Italian, so I'm not really keen in knowing what it does, but he has several businesses, and the one that is more important for us is the one on renewables. So you are more than welcome, Luis, to join this panel. Thank you. And then another excellent expert will be Miguel Angel Alonso, Director of Engineering from ALSA. ALSA has been presented just a few minutes ago, is a mobility company, and of course when you're talking about the different way of using hydrogen in the future, the mobility is one of the most promising. So welcome to the stage. Thank you. And then I have Juan Villar, Managing Director from Nortegas. Welcome. Thank you very much. So what we are going to do, I will ask a few questions, but I would like also that the question comes from the floor for the stage. So let's see if Jürgen is connected. Can we see him? Hi.
Hi, Sebastiano. Good to hear you. All good here.
Thank you very much for being with us, Jürgen. Jürgen is a very important head of unit in DG Research. The title of the unit is Industrial Transformation, so very keen for us, very important in the Prosperity Directorate. And I have to say that we work very well together, and I'm very happy that he can participate to this panel. So what we are going to discuss a little bit with this expert is, in reality, the role of the hydrogen in the energy transition. We have seen that hydrogen it comes in almost all the presentation this morning. But I would like to dig a little bit on it and try to understand really which are the challenges, which are the issues that we need to address in order to make a really advantage of this way of producing energy. And so what I'm going to do is I will ask all of you same question. And I will start, of course, with Maria. So we saw that hydrogen can be a key diversification factor for areas like Asturias. And are you really believing that it can make a just and fast transition from a coal mining region to an hydrogen producing region?
Bueno, está claro que el hidrógeno.
Certainly, hydrogen is very important in the energy sector, and specifically in those mining regions, as we've seen, and as José Manuel mentioned. We have some industrial facilities that are ideal to be able to undertake this type of project. And this is very important because these facilities are already prepared to take on different projects. In the case of mine to hydrogen, we're talking about a mining pit with all of the resources it has. One of the most important resources has to do with water, which enables us to develop this project. In addition to this, we would have to highlight the fact that it highlights the entire value chain. So the use of hydrogen is of no use if without all of the industry surrounding it in terms of storage or bunkering and transportation, and all of the activities in R&D that can also be conducted from a project like this. So these areas have a lot of points in their favor to be able to carry out these types of projects. Thank you very much. From the perspective of Duro Felguera as an industrial company of a long-standing tradition, and the origin of which is precisely right here in Asturias. It's a highly industrialized area. It's made the transition from coal to steel, etc. And recently, the green tech business line focused on renewable green projects, decarbonization of industries, and this is right now our main focus. So, for Asturias, and how do we perceive hydrogen in this process? Asturias has outstanding qualities to be one of the leading places where that transformation can indeed take place, and for many reasons. First of all, the industry. We have great industrial concentration and tradition. Let's not forget the steel industry. We have ArcelorMittal, fertilizers, Fertiberia. So there's a concentration also of industries surrounding all of these developments with workshops, production, maintenance. We have tremendous engineering firms, Duro Felguera, as well as others in the area that have continued to grow, promoted by this industrial development. And they've set up shop, and it has an international vocation, but they have the expertise we need and the capacity for engineering on a local level. We have ports. We have two very large ports. One is the Puerto de Musel in Avilés, which is in part of the national network of ports in Spain. And in fact, what are we missing? Well, possibly renewable resources. But that's why we have other regions, and we take advantage here of what we can. But also, we need to have other types of agreements. So I think this is an ideal location. We have large utilities, such as EDP, who are also highly committed to that energy transformation. So I think, all in all, I believe we have an ecosystem and a valley, where a location where we are ideally situated to be at the fore of this energy transition.
We are financing also steel project where we are trying to use hydrogen. ArcelorMittal is one of our partner in others. So this is something where you can go in future to try to combine also the expertise from the other part of the research fund and bringing this to, so there should be intercommunication between the two. Your opinion?
Thank you. En el caso de ALSA, como operador de movilidad.
In the case of ALSA, as a mobility company, of course, we need hydrogen as a vector. It is key for our future. Perhaps not to date, because we still do not have the solutions we need, especially in terms of heavy vehicles, which would be the main application for this, which is long-distance transportation and interurban transportation. But based on our experience in the years we've been working with hydrogen, we understand that it is a fundamental vector for the transition. In ALSA, we understand that what we're looking for is technological neutrality. So decarbonization is not electrification of a vehicle. Decarbonization is allowing those transitions to take place that will be economically sustainable, and also in terms of safety and the environment, of course, but they have to be economically viable. We understand that hydrogen is a fundamental vector for the future, because based on our experience of the last 4 or 5 years that we've been working with hydrogen, we've seen very clearly that it's a new ecosystem that we need to get to know. So the sooner we are able to use hydrogen, we get to know this ecosystem better, we get to know the value chain that much better, and above all, we are able to overcome that learning curve more easily. This is a learning curve which is clearly a very steep one. In addition to all of this, what's important about hydrogen? Our experience is to aggregate demand. So in this case, we have to be much more open and more collaborative in industrial demand, not just industries, but also mobility, because the economies of scale are also essential for projects of this type in order to be able to make the hydrogen transition. And we believe, with our experience, that bearing in mind the entire value chain, which in some funds that we were able to achieve in Spain, they were unable to complete the entire value chain, and this is a very important consideration. Despite all of this, the good news is, Iago mentioned this earlier on, we have 4 vehicles currently circulating around Spain in normal operations. But this target of vehicles and buses and heavy vehicles, which is where hydrogen would be used the most, we've been working very hard with manufacturers, and we've seen that there will be solutions. First of all, with a fuel cell. We'll have to adapt them for hydrogen combustion. And with hydrogen, in this case, we can produce e-fuel. We haven't tested this yet, but we have tried HBO, but we've also used this out on other types of vehicles, from interurban transportation and long distance. It's basically seamless. You have to simply use HBO as a fuel, HVO, and then turn the engine on and off you go. So we believe that projects of this type are very exciting because we can contribute modestly, but we can contribute to completing that value chain. Luis.
In charge for the research for aviation for many years. They are also talking about using hydrogen for the planes. 2 words, it's possible or not?
Yes, for sure. In some cases, for some applications, but pero creo que la aplicación clara es con...
Nevertheless, I feel that the clear application we have a bit of a mix of languages going on. I would certainly underscore absolutely everything, and I agree to everything my predecessors have said. But I think I would begin with the European hydrogen roadmap. There are 4 types of clients who are going to use hydrogen, because otherwise why do we want it? 4 types. First of all, those who are already using hydrogen as a raw material. Luis mentioned there that in Asturias we have a clear example, Fertiberia, the leading consumer of hydrogen in all of Spain. Second, mobility. Mobility, which has an advantage with respect to other types of uses. Hydrogen, in terms of price, is compatible price-wise with other fuels, as opposed to what happens with industrial combustion, which means that mobility will be a driving force for hydrogen transition in this project, and I would say probably in all of the hydrogen projects we will have. Now, then we have the industrial use and domestic use, residential use. As far as the industrial use is concerned, I would say that, as you know, we are the distributor of natural gas in Asturias. 70% of our gas is 70%, and 70% of that 70% is in sectors as hard to abate. These are industrial sectors that will not be able to electrify their main energy use, for instance. They will have to use a gas. So when we speak with our industrial clients, what they tell us is that the first solution that they see would be hydrogen. They also pose certain questions. Obviously, the security of supply is very important. They are currently receiving their fuel in a constant and steady supply. And then secondly, of course, the price has to be reasonable. So I certainly see challenges in this regard. But if we do want to hope to decarbonize local industry, hydrogen will play not only a role, but a very important one. And with everything that Luis was saying previously, I think Asturias is a privileged location. How do we believe that hydrogen would work in economic terms from the perspective of a distribution? Well, obviously creating distribution grids for hydrogen. And we believe that this will go hand in hand with a project of efficiency in small industrial ecosystems, which means that over the course of very few kilometers, we are able to concentrate a fair demand of hydrogen. So there will be electrolysis plants that grow and become strong, and that would be able to help that. And that's where I see the concept of the valleys in the entire European strategy to generate hydrogen. And we see Asturias in this role, and we think it should be one of the first areas in terms of hard to abate. I think there are people such as EDP and projects such as the one we're talking about here and now who begin to develop hydrogen or produce hydrogen in the short term. And what we need to do is to be able to work on the distribution piece so that it will be able to penetrate the market. So we have already started by undertaking a first hydroduct, if you will, in the first valley to see how it works. We've done 2 kilometers for one client for fueling station. So the fact that there's the development of infrastructure will promote, will increase people's decision to use these types of technologies. And so there will be retrofits or changes, for instance. But if we are unable to have an infrastructure for distribution to be able to have access to that hydrogen, it will be very difficult for us to carry out these conversions. And so I think it's very important to develop these distribution infrastructure in the valleys. Now, Asturias is a prime example. And to talk about a project that's been mentioned here, and that would be the use of hydrogen for residential use. We believe, and we know that this is subject to debate, but we believe that a fairly simple way of decarbonization is blending hydrogen and liquid natural gas. So 12,000 hours, there's a plant that's been running on a blend, using this blending of hydrogen and LNG. In this case, it will connect to be able to carry out this blending. And so they can inject hydrogen into a network that uses hydrogen and with guarantees of origin, so that those people who want to decarbonize will be able to offset. These are the 2 pillars that I see for the rapid development of LNG and these valleys, creation of valleys, and using this blending to be able to carry out the pioneering projects.
And the grids that need to be prepared for distributing the hydrogen. When I speak with the industry from the steel, not in the stage, but they are saying, guys, you are really looking forward making us to use hydrogen. But from time to time, do you ask a question, so do you know how much hydrogen we will need for making a full use of hydrogen for making the steel? And this is an element that we have also to take into consideration. But I will give now the floor to Jürgen, because Jürgen, you are in charge of a research program. You know that often in the European Commission, unfortunately, we work on a silos mode, but means that there are a lot of opportunities that were presented also this morning by the different speakers, that there is this interconnection. So what is for you the role of our research programs in order to support the innovation that is required to meet the energy transition challenges?
Thank you, Sebastiano, for the question. So, muchas gracias. And first of all, my apologies that I cannot be in Oviedo. We all know this is a region heavily affected by the so-called, we call it nicely, but it's a tough one, the coal transition. How do we actually move beyond the world of coal mines? Understood that out of, I would say, 3/4 of the municipalities in Asturias have been actually affected by closure of coal mines. This is not a minor issue. Now let's come to EU research programs in supporting innovation. And I would like to make 2 points. First, what do we do in terms of technologies? And since we speak about a coal transition, I would like to take a step back compared to this fascinating debate on hydrogen. Coal transition is also a bit what we do about people, what we do about the researchers from the past. If I speak about the transition of coal, we have the Research Fund for Coal and Steel, which Mike Lemaitre, my Director General, already explained this morning, where you have a certain coal centricity, but the line is very clear. The European Union would like to phase out the coal and coal mines, and this become even stronger under the next 2040 climate targets. The Research Fund for Coal and Steel will focus on safety, repurposing of coal mines, and also reducing methane emissions. Horizon Europe, and that's the other part of my work, actually the bigger one, if you don't mind, Sebastiano. I'm sitting in the cluster Digital Industry and Space, is no longer focusing on research on coal. This is the past. I would like to be very clear on this. It's actually much more an opportunity to engage in 2 different work streams. The first is really on the world of technologies. We just had the discussion on hydrogen. So what are actually the clean energy alternatives compared to the use of coal? And coal is the largest source of global emissions. So we have the technologies that can reduce coal use for electricity generation. They are often mature, but we need a lot of innovation. And Sebastiano, you were already mentioning this for some industrial sectors, steel, cement. Why? Because the electricity demand will be high. It will be very, very high. So what could be done in this regard? We need also to have a good strategy on repurposing coal mines, because the earlier we can retrofit them, also with, for instance, with carbon capture technologies, that's also a good way forward. This is about the Research Fund for Coal and Steel. If I speak about Horizon Europe, I would like to be very brief, otherwise I could talk about the next work program for 2025, and this will take another half an hour. But the main point is for you, Cluster 4. So what do we do on the energy-intensive industries who have to undergo a huge change in terms of energy? Energy supply, energy storage, so the energy-intensive industries. And I would like, as I mentioned, also Cluster 5, which is working on hydrogen beyond the joint hydrogen undertaking. And also, I think on many other renewable areas, renewable energy areas in this regard. We expect a work program coming out in the first quarter of next year. And my invitation is also to the researchers to focus more on what does this mean in terms of repercussions for making this transition coal happening. I do not want to stop now, just one keyword on people, because that we should not forget. We had, if I take the Asturias region, a region where when we started Europe with the European Community on Coal and Steel, we had 100,000 people working on coal. That is a lot of people. Huh? Today it's maybe 1,000, 2,000 people, but still they're allowed. We have the Just Transition Fund, and I know that Asturias is very active in activities which get funded by the public side on upskilling, reskilling of workers, creation of new business models, new firms, environmental rehabilitation, clean energy transformation of existing carbon-intensive installations. I would like to mention it, so it's not only for the research fund on coal and steel, it's overall the Just Transition Fund, which is very important. Sebastiano, I stop now. I have plenty of good stuff also what Asturias is doing actually on the spot. I'm very impressed about this on things like energy storage with molten salts, heat recovery of mine water, and many other things as well. And thanks again, Sebastiano, for the opportunity to speak at this event, albeit remotely.
Don't leave us, Jürgen, because you will have another question, certainly. So,
No doubt.
yesterday we had the opportunity to Hunosa to meet people that they are really involved in the just transition mechanism and etc. And we have seen that they are really working hand to hand with what we are doing, etc. This is very, very promising, and the things that they were presenting are make sense. You know, all the things make sense, and of course, reskilling of workers, former workers, etc., is a key objective of all the activities that the region is doing. Coming back to hydrogen, I would like to ask first to you, which is for you the most critical issue that we need to address if we want to really go in the direction of large use of hydrogen?
A ver, creo que hay varios aspectos. I believe that there are different issues. Just one. I've already said that the resource is very important. It's very important to have it. It seems quite obvious, but water, especially in mining regions, is very important. In Hunosa, we are able to manage this resource to develop key projects, and I believe interaction is essential. Interaction in renewable projects, geothermal projects. We see that these projects are linked to hydrogen projects. Also, the capacity, as Miguel Ángel was sharing, for synthetic fuels. We will have CO2 and biogen. We will have an electric plant for biomass, and we have developed different projects for CO2 capture, and we will have synthetic fuels. Therefore, we need to interact with different renewables projects, and also we need to interact with different companies. We have a very good example here of a project that we have, because the situation has changed. Before we had one company that was trying to do something, but today is different. Transition means that we need to interact, different companies need to work together, and we need to work with government too. If government knows about what we are doing, they will be able to help us to develop those projects. Interaction is also key with citizens and with society. They need to have information about this transition. As we were saying before, this region has very highly qualified people, and they have an industrial culture that is very important. We need to preserve it, and we need to take care of it. Also, we need to have an interaction with society. Society needs to know what we are doing. They need to understand our projects, and they need to know the capacities that these projects have.
All the speakers were coming back to the fact that we needed to consult the communities and the citizens on what we are going to do and to promote our project, but sharing the ideas with them. This is really well done. For you, which are the most critical one for going to a full hydrogen region?
Sinceramente, creo.
I believe that we are starting. The critical point is to start, I believe. And in this hydrogen economy, the most difficult thing is to start these first projects that are going to create a first economy based on hydrogen, and then we will have more projects. But I believe the most difficult thing is to start. We see these, the companies that are working on this topic on green solutions and that we are following what is happening with hydrogen, we realize that it is difficult to start. And we have seen that at the beginning we were talking about hydrogen a lot. There were many expectations, thinking that the world was going to decarbonize with hydrogen in a very short term. And we would love to have that, but reality is different from that. And topics are changing little by little. In Duro Felguera, we have seen this change. We are participating in 5 hydrogen projects, 3 in production, very small projects. We are talking about less than 10 megawatts, and 2 for big consumers. A transformation, for example, for the Aboño plant. This carbon plant is working with EDP and Masabeu, the owners of the plant. Duro Felguera is doing an EPC to transform this carbon plant to use natural gas, waste gas, and this plant has to be ready for hydrogen. It is a first step. It is something that is being done right now, and this shows that we are preparing assets to use hydrogen. These are the small steps that we take at the beginning. We are also
You start, it comes.
Claro. Por ejemplo, uno de los temas que vemos es en el tema de movilidad, o como bien comentaba.
we see mobility, and Juan was saying that when we have the tube, we have a production, we have a minimum of consumers. We start to have more consumers coming, we have extensions, we start to buy more, and this scale economy will allow us to reduce costs, and they will help us to make things, to decouple cost from the market cost of these alternative solutions or fossil fuels or non-green solutions. They will be smaller and will adjust, but this beginning is the most difficult thing. We believe and we see the growing curve is slower, but it is difficult to stop this movement now.
Eso es la forma de verlo. Si tuviera que destacar un punto crítico,
That's what I would like to say, that it is difficult to go back. In Spain, we say it in a different way, but we cannot hear him. What I'm going to say is that this is key. What we have seen in the last few years is PPP, public-private partnership, and transition in this area with vehicles, zero emissions in general terms. This is costly, these costs. And in our case, clients or customers, it's impossible for them to pay for that. And therefore, we need to create this system for PPPs. So we have been moving forward in the last 3 years with this, with the European funds. In Spain, we have a view, at least in Spain, I believe it is a country project, and in Asturias is very important for our situation and the mining importance in our region. And with the experience that we have in these first few years in Europe and Spain, we would need to analyze how these calls were published in all hydrogen areas to optimize them, to improve them, and to apply them to all the value chain. I believe this is one of the key points, because as Luis was saying, this has already started, but we need to have some continuity. We are a private operator. We need to be sure about our investments in the future. We buy our vehicles 1 or 2 years before, so we need to know whether we will have a funding for them, and we will be able to plan those investments that are very important. And also we need to take into account that we have CapEx, And we will solve that with these funds and with our own investment. But also we need to think about a second way. It would be OPEX, because it has
a large variety of opportunity going to the innovation fund, etc. So we are really very conscious that this is the way. Juan, something from you? Key problem? Key issue?
Para mí, no sé.
Key enabler, not key problem, but maybe key enabler, we would need to have support to develop infrastructures that bring together generation and use. Because I believe hydrogen users, they realize that we are talking about hydrogen, but they do not know how they are going to get this hydrogen. We have had some PERTEs for industrial customers. They are going to adapt the production to use hydrogen. We have had PERTEs that were key, that were focused on generation, but we have not. Generation and use has not been brought together, and we need to bring those things together to use hydrogen. And therefore, what we need to do now, because we are starting, as you were saying, we need to be brave, and we need to develop those infrastructures. And from a private point of view, these infrastructures are going to last for 40, 50 years. And business case for a private company to have these kind of infrastructures is not easy, because we don't see very clear uses today, and therefore public institutions, they need to help us. We have seen interesting initiatives in Germany how to manage this risk. We need to help private companies to be brave and to develop these infrastructures and to develop this hydrogen everywhere.
Expert in the European Commission, Mario Draghi and Enrico Letta, they were preparing and looking for giving advice, and some of the advice are really that we need to accompany this transition in the best possible way. Jürgen, still there? Fantastic. A question for you.
I'm listening with great attention because I'm getting even an English translation, so it's great to hear all these insights. Yeah. Sebastiano.
Yeah, my question is, so we are talking about coal sector, you were talking about steel a little bit, etc. Other sector, you are in charge of the industrial transformation. How do you see, or which sector do you see more promising for us here to look for synergies? Which are, according to you, sector where the synergies can play a key role for what we are discussing today?
That's a tough question, and I don't think that you have a panacea for this. Huh? Hydrogen will not replace coal. Electricity will not replace coal. So we will have a future energy mix, so we need to pursue different avenues and bring them at the end together, and you will have also competition on prices. So hydrogen fuel technologies, electrification technologies, water treatment technologies, all will this be relevant, and what we will driven is at the end also what will matter, and this was maybe not mentioned by the previous speakers on hydrogen, is the price. The price for renewable hydrogen, which will be the challenge, and this will be linked also to the infrastructures to be built. I would like to quote a few practical examples, what I've seen or what we have seen here in the Commission from Asturias. Because we looked a bit into what is happening under their regional profiles, and you have lots of transition opportunities in this regard to reconverse the correlated sites. We have seen heat recovery from water of closed down mine for heating, cooling of urban areas. We should not forget about this. Circularity will come in, and more generally, which will change a lot the value chains we have in mind. What about energy storage, where you can take advantage of a thermal coal power station closure for energy storage of electricity used for molten salts? You can even have a movement about the small reactors, the small nuclear reactors, which are pushed a lot by the United States. So I have the ambassadors everywhere. Can we make here links in this regard to enhance the generation of electricity and use also here coal mines? we can think about many other things in this regard. Another example which we found about hybridization is the adaptation of a thermal coal power station for using biomass and coal, something which also already was mentioned by a previous speaker. So there is not a panacea for this. So the transition will be pursuing different avenues to ensure that overall the energy supply which will be needed for industries, for citizens and for citizens' work. And there, I think I cannot offer, in particular not from Brussels, being connected remotely, a kind of panacea. We have to pursue the different avenues here. And I think Asturia has very interesting projects and concrete ideas in this regard.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. We were supposed to stop at 1, but unfortunately the previous speaker there were a little bit longer, so we have still some time. Before making the last round of questions to you, I would like to ask if you have any question for our very important expert. Do we have any question from people that are connected? No? From you? Nothing? One Italian ambassador was saying that when you arrive close to lunch or to the end of the session and you see people that are starting to do like this, it's because probably they want to eat and they want to stop the meeting. So if you allow me, I will ask one final question to the 4 persons here, and then we go to have lunch. Okay? We agree on this? Another one? Good.
Yeah.
So, it will be a little bit more provocative. Top priority action. What we should do, what you should do. Top priority. You already presented it, but also Jürgen, for you as well. Top priority.
Pues es complicado.
It is complicated in this case. I am going to defend Fondon project. It is a smaller project, and we need to support these kind of small projects that can delocalize big hydrogen projects. Big projects are important, but these kind of smaller projects, with the meeting that we have today, developing coal regions, we need to bring these projects closer to these regions. They can develop other industries that are linked to hydrogen. And therefore, we need to go to smaller places to create new developments in these regions.
We are also having the annual call with lowering budget project from the lower TRL until so. In reality, even if we are small, compared to the big other funds, we are really covering the full chain of opportunities from really 0 until 7, 8. That is really a great opportunity. Top priority.
Sí, un poco siguiendo la línea.
Following what Maria was saying, and going back to this beginning period that we are facing, we don't need to be too fast. We do not need to move to other projects and to abandon these ones. We need to consolidate this beginning that we are seeing today. This economy needs to be present in this region. Sometimes we think, well, we have already started this project, we are going to have a new one. No, I believe we need to consolidate this beginning, this project, and we can go to the Death Valley. When they start, little by little, they die. And I believe we need to have some support from administrations, from governments, and these projects that are small projects, but also bigger projects or medium projects, they need to consolidate. And from there, they will start to grow and they will have their own life. But I believe it is very important to ensure that this beginning is good and that they start to move forward. And from there, we will develop those projects. Luis, we think that these kind of projects, these calls, I believe they are very well structured because they include the whole value chain, and therefore we have the complete cycle of hydrogen. We are bringing together the offer and the demand, and they are doing that. And continuity. We need to have visibility and continuity to think about those projects, and the wheel has to keep on moving. This is a very good example. I believe it is a successful project because it is not divided in different areas. I believe it is important to start moving. In the last few years, we've been talking about hydrogen, but about the role of hydrogen. We are starting to see projects that are starting now. We are starting to see the first projects that are going to be designed, that they are going to be built. And I believe in 3 years, we need to sit down and realize whether these projects are being developed. We don't have to be too fast. I believe this is something very new. And if we go too fast, we will create some frustration and we will leave behind something that could be very good for all, and it is to develop hydrogen. The other day, I was having a look at the objectives, the European objectives, and they are really ambitious. And for years, we have had higher objectives every year, but the projects are not there yet. Therefore, we need to know which is the direction that we want to follow. We need to know which are the objectives, but we need to move forward. Hydrogen is a fuel that has also some challenges, and we need to be careful. We cannot have many projects not going well. We need to consolidate these, and I believe the industry needs to start to work with these projects for this development to be effective in 5, 10, 30 years' time. But for that, we need to have these first projects to do more.
In reality, to give you the opportunity with our research fund to go in this direction and to keep financing. Jürgen, the last word from you before allowing you to go to lunch that is already late in Brussels.
No, all good, all good. Sebastiano, thanks for the question. So I will not speak now a butterfly and a tango to keep you seated, but I will be just very concise. And I will take our perspective, because everybody will come with a different perspective. 3 things. We should be conscious that coal as an energy carrier should be phased out in the next decade by 2040. You may have seen the G7 declaration, and we should be conscious this is not something about where you press a button, it's going to happen. We should be really conscious of this. This is for some regions in Europe a huge change, and we need really to accompany this. Second point, you were already mentioning the Green Deal and the targets are getting more and more ambitious, yes, but we also witness climate change, and this is not slowing down, it's getting more and more dramatic. But we need to combine this with a huge competitiveness debate. So the next commission, I'm bet with you, Sebastiano, when the Draghi report you were mentioning from Mario Draghi on competitiveness, and it will come out end of June or July, we'll have a big debate. How do we can retain industries in Europe in the light of all the implementation challenges of the Green Deal? A third, and then I'll stop, is a very practical one. For colleagues who are in projects, they need to think differently. The philosophy we will take up much more that we no longer focus on what knowledge you acquire and how you disseminate the knowledge. It will be which knowledge do you acquire and how do you valorize this? How do you make your best use of this knowledge? And this answers to some extent the questions already made by previous speakers. We need to put in place a policy that we know what do we do after the end of a project. And that depends not only on Commission, including REA, it depends also a lot on the industry sitting in the projects to be a bit more open up where to go. And this is not a minor issue, but if we, as from the public side, cannot accompany this, what's happening after a project, I don't think that at the end we will deliver, and I think that's a top priority, not only for policymakers, but also for running projects, to think, what do I do after the project? How do I communicate with the public side to make it happen? Thanks a lot, Sebastiano.
Thank you, Jürgen. In reality, when we are making the evaluation of the big ticket impact and how the proposer have envisaged the life after the end of the project is an important element of our evaluation. So we are really asking you to think about what you are going to do to valorize the result of the research, making it to become an industry later on. So, but no question from the floor. I will just ask for a big applause to our panelists. And I would like really thank you, all of you, for the very interesting things. Thank you very much, Jürgen, for having been with us, and we see each other soon. Thank you. Enjoy the lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastiano.
Thank you very
Nice
much.
to meet you.
Pleasure.
We would ask that people kindly take their seats because we are ready to begin with the afternoon portion of today's event. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. After lunch, it's always hard to get going, but the program calls for us.
I have another pleasure to introduce a very exciting second session, about methane. So we will start on another dangerous gas. I'm talking about methane, which comes from the underground coal mines. And methane poses a significant threat to coal mine workers. Methane is also a strong greenhouse gas affecting the environment, but it also has a great energetic potential and can be converted into hydrogen. So in some way we can see that there is a link between the projects, and I would like to say that in this session we will hear very interesting presentations. But first of all, we'll hear information about methane regulation and control. It will be given by Professor Andris Piebalgs, who is online with us. And he's a professor at the European University Institute, and he is the chairman of the implementation committee of the International Methane Emission Observatory. And what is really interesting, that before he joined EUE, he was EU Commissioner for Energy and EU Commissioner for Development. So I'm very happy that Professor Piebalgs is with us, and please, the floor is yours.
See my presentation, and do you hear me well?
Yes, we can see the presentation perfectly, and we can hear you. Thank you.
Excellent. So first of all, thank you for a very kind introduction, and also thank you for organizers including methane in your agenda, because it's true that methane is well known for industry, and it was always a safety issue. But we will try to look during my presentation why methane agenda globally is getting so important. I think the most important task for mankind, we have plenty of problems, is definitely dealing with climate change. And the challenge is that we have good objectives. We would like to keep temperature range below 1.5 degrees. And at the same time, domestic policies usually does not allow to make fast enough transitions to achieve the mitigations that we would like to have. As we see that the gap that we would need really to bring forward is immense. Even for 2 degrees centigrade, we would need really to change this direction of speed. Definitely there is new national determined contributions are coming, but it also a question, will be enough? And then comes methane. Methane has some particularities, but one of the good options that methane gives to us is actually if you abate it very quickly, so you save, you got a lot of savings for global temperature rise. So you could achieve things in rather short term that in dealing just with carbon dioxide, it would take by far more longer times. So that's why methane emissions are getting by far more attention than it was 5 years ago, where it was not at the center of global attention. And even today, I would say that we still would need to promote understanding what methane is and why methane is so important. These are the facts that I believe the industry knows well. But there are a couple of things that I would emphasize. The one thing that if we would manage to reduce methane emissions by 45% by 2030, we would gain 0.3 degrees by Celsius by 2045. And you see that why it is so. Methane absorbs heat by far more stronger than CO2, but it has very short atmospheric residence time. So with the time, the effect is less or evident, but in short term, it's more than 80% more powerful heater compared with CO2. There is also true that there is additional gain. It is related to health if you abate the methane. If we see where the methane comes, mostly man-made, it's agriculture, waste, and energy sector. And definitely more attention is to energy because energy sector has already one or another way has faced the methane challenge, mostly with safety related, but it's also the sector that perhaps understands methane better than any other sector. There are some developments now on waste, some developments on agriculture, but the focus of energy is not to punish energy. It's actually to gain advancement on the knowledge that is already in energy sector. And the culmination of this process in preparation is this global methane pledge. Global methane pledge was announced during COP26. So next year we will have COP29. So it is rather recent pledge. It was EU and US that has been spearheaded, but now it's more than 150 countries, 158, and it covers more than 70% of global GDP. There are also some type of cooperation with the countries outside the pledge, like China has some plans. So there is also some countries that have not signed, but are working with the pledge. There are some absentees, like Iran, like Russia, like Venezuela, that are important oil and gas producers and coal producer in Russian case. So there is some absentees, but I would say it is a whole world is there. The target is very ambitious, 30% compared to 2020. So it is a rather active position from the countries that participate in the global methane pledge is required. And here we have the first challenge. It's true that methane is included in most of the countries' national NDC pledge as a global greenhouse gas target. But if you see the green bar, it shows that very few countries actually have methane policies in place and even methane targets. So there is a discrepancy between the general understanding and ambition and real actions. So what one of the global actions is really to give the best experience, the peer reviews, that the next nationally determined contributions will have by far more advanced actions on methane all across the world. It's true that it will be different. There will be actions plans, there will be regulations, but most importantly, that countries really go beyond this goal and find the best way how to regulate and how to incentivize. I took this just example from IEA that where we are, and that shows the challenge. for coal sector, we have policies and plans in place that will decrease methane emissions. Pledges are even more ambitious, as you see in the next graph. But to go to net zero by 2050, we would need additional measures. So you would basically need now to bring pledges and some additional measures to come to the trajectory that we need. And the same is also for oil and gas sector. For, if we take waste sector and agriculture, to be honest, we are in early stages, and for agriculture, it will take some time to really to move. But there is good acceleration. And if we see from satellite technologies that provided some hopes for some time, it definitely was watershed this year. We have had technologies that really could do local mapping to find these so-called super emitters. We could have also quite a good understanding on global mapping, but it's not very accurate. But now with the launching of MethaneSat, we could get three things at the same time. Global mapping, we have also point sources that we could find, and also aerial sources. And that provides a lot of transparency and, and a lot of potential, because perhaps it could even help to improve the regulations that are more light, in a sense that you could use the best technologies available really to discover the sources, to take action, and to do additional activities on it. But it is completely new, so technological development that provides a lot of opportunities that definitely will be used, but it's important that these opportunities are used very quickly. On international level, the main driver for me is, well, there are two drivers. Is clean air and climate and clean air coalition from one side, that is like implementing not agency, but bureau, like a secretariat for global methane pledge. But there is also International Methane Emission Observatory that really tries to connect the best science availability, data, transparency, and provides a good basis for the achieving fast methane emissions reductions. So what IMEO does, basically, it takes data from satellites, it gets data from national inventories, they also have industry data, and integrate, reconcile, and provide the products that can be used for countries or regions really to implement the very strong and efficient methane abatement programs. They are normally not very complicated. It is a new equipment or better LDAR, leak detection and repair programs. There are things that industry knows, but have not been using it for different reasons. For some industries, it's less economical attractive, so you need more regulation. For others, you need to provide some incentives. There is already one tool internationally that provides results. It's called so-called MARS, that is detecting super emitters. Then through UN system, this operator and countries is being informed. And normally stakeholders take action. So we have rather positive response because it is reputational damage. Definitely you can't enforce, but as soon you really have evidence that there is a lot of methane emissions, then the action is being taken. I could mention Turkmenistan or Uzbekistan, that after initial hesitations, then there have been measures taken. So it is still things that can be improved, but it is already in action and provides also valuable contribution to achieving global methane pledge. Then there is something that is very specific for oil and gas. IMEO tried to work also on coal industry. It's really to provide some measurement-based reporting framework. Because at the end of the day, the factors that are being used sometimes are not very precise and very correct and does not provide the best possible information. And then there is another benefit of such a program where industry is working together, that it is a peer review. So you use best technologies, you provide best experiences, and provide also some guidance for the companies that are perhaps less experienced. So it is industry's own framework, and it is crucial for action to be taken, because even if you see from satellites that there is emissions, you need somebody who could take care of it. And that could be done only if industry itself has capacities to monitor, to measure, to report, to verify, and most importantly, to take action. So for me, I think this is a framework that other industries could follow, because it provides stakeholders, the best stakeholders investment, and provides for the development. As you see, the coverage is not perfect, and that would mean for different industries there will be different frameworks. It's most importantly that these frameworks does not fight each other, but yeah, that could be a challenge. Still, I believe that what is done by OGMP 2.0 for other frameworks could work as a good benchmark. And now I would conclude on methane regulation. As an example, I have this EU methane regulation, because whatever you do at company level, it is a sector and it is a problem that require regulation. At this stage, methane regulations are very few places in the world. There are like US, Canada, better well known, Mexico, but there are a lot of countries that have joined partnership, global methane pledge, but still have not had any regulatory framework. And the EU gives more or less direction what issues need to be addressed. Number one, it is you need to measure or monitor, report, and verify. That is a basis for any action. Then you need also obligation that industry and also authorities are bound to mitigate methane emissions. Next big block is mandatory leak detection and repair for all facilities that emit. And then there is a limitation on venting and flare. Saying this, I would say there is important three other categories that we need to look upon. One is abandoned wells, abandoned mines. I think somebody needs to take care, because the challenge with methane emissions are that they are irregular. So it could be abandoned mine that emits by far more than active mine. So there is a challenge, who will deal with that? Then there is specificity of coal mining. As I mentioned, coal mining is definitely a very challenging area where methane emissions issue is well known, but how to use it, how to decrease it, it definitely requires some slightly different approach than on oil and gas. And last but not least, it's imports. Because if you don't produce, you import fossil fuels. And that makes also a footprint. So you need to think how to address imports if there is no global framework. And it is highly unlikely that global framework for imports will be established pretty soon. So does EU methane regulation matters? Yes, it does. It provides for 77% reduction compared with business as usual by 2030. And gives additional hours. EU methane regulation really tries to address all the issues related to energy sector, and as I mentioned, it goes for MRV, abatement, and transparency. The key is, like all of what concerns the global methane pledge with the member countries. They are responsible, they need to designate competent authorities, they need to follow that the rules are being implemented, and then they need also to put penalties if there is non-compliance. In the EU case, there is also additional things that need to be dealt with. It is a market issues related by imports, where European Commission definitely has a single mandate for the trade issues, and also for super emitting issues. The main elements are also clear. It's our operators or importers that are under this obligation. Definitely for them, it is more work, but at the same time, they are critical elements to achieve the goals. EU methane regulation shows that there are on some issues, particularly imports, some additional works needed, because this methane standard, even for oil and gas, is still under development, but the same maximum threshold will be also upon coal. So whatever will be imported inside the EU by 2030 should respond to certain quality. It does not mean that these imports will be banned, but there will be penalty, and that will make more methane emission affected for oil and gas or coal imports, less attractive for consumers, and there is also reputational things behind it. So I would conclude with imports, because it's true that the global action is always better than the separate one. So it is expectations that with methane transparency database, where methane performance profiles of supplier countries or producer countries will be quite an important tool really to provide transparency. As soon as there is transparency, then also methodology, how you calculate the methane intensity of the production of crude oil, natural gas, and coal is also a key, and there are some works done, and that could be done. And then for EU to decide what are maximum intensities, there are industry standards. Should it be accepted? Should it be slightly different? It is still need to be decided, and threshold comes into force by 2030. And I would like to conclude that the whole process definitely requires time. Even in EU case, well, you see that there is very ambitious targets for actions during the whole process. What methane global pledge countries need to achieve is that during COPs, they advance the agenda. COP28 was very important from the point of view that there have been oil and gas decarbonization charter adopted with a lot of national oil and gas companies involved. There have been some advancement on waste methane and agricultural methane. I hope very much that this same experience will be followed now by COP29 in Baku, but it is the only strong driver in this case is really this COP process. And I hope and I believe that methane issue will stay very strong, because dealing with methane provides us enormous opportunity on really to get under control global warming. And this is a globally shared goal, and all actions are really necessary, and many of them are rather simple. Yes, it sometimes costs some money, but it's not fantastic investments that are needed to deal with methane emissions, and that's why this methane file is so important for global community, and each and every industry that could contribute to it. It definitely provides a huge input in fighting climate change. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Professor Piebalgs, thank you very much for your contribution to our event. We've seen a very comprehensive presentation giving us an overview of all the issues related to methane and EU regulations. We've already heard information about EU regulation in the morning session, where President of Eurocall, Vladimir Budinsky, was talking about this new EU law that starts into force this year. And the situation is like that. We've already seen which industries contribute to global methane emissions. Coal industry is not the first one on the list, but on the other hand, the industry has to do everything to reduce its emissions. So my questions would be, are there viable methane mitigation strategies here now in Europe? And I'm not going to answer this question because you should, and I hope you will have your opinion after this session. And now I would like to invite two gentlemen, Artur Badylak, the director of the Methanization Energy Management Office from JSW, so Jastrzębska Spółka Węglowa, the biggest mining company producing coking coal in Poland. And Artur has been dealing with issues related to methane for the last 25 years. That's difficult to believe. He looks much younger than this. And on the other hand, he did over 150 projects in the field of methane drainage. So they also including implementation projects. And I also like to invite my colleague from my research institute, Aleksander Vrana, a mining engineer who is working for our company for a couple of years, and he did about, every year he's doing about 50 research and development projects, mainly for the industry, but he's also very active in RFCS projects. And he has an amazing photo with his bio. You should see it on the website. So from the underground mine. And so please, Artur and Alexander, if you could tell us a little bit more about already mentioned REM project, so a big ticket project that was launched before Mine to Hydrogen, and it was the first project in Europe that got the subvention from RFCS big ticket. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aleksander Vrana. Thank you for this very nice introduction. And today, together with my colleague, Artur Badylak, director from JSWSA, thank you, I will present our road to success in REM project, big ticket project. I have privilege to coordinate the realization of the project that is very important for me personally, but also for JSWSA, also from GIG, also for all the partners that are involved in the project realization. As an introduction, I must say that even though that the project seems to be, let's say, straightforward, just reduction of methane emission from post-mining goals, it touched a lot of elements that were already mentioned today. It touched in the part new regulation with respect to the methane emission. It is also related to the miner safety in the two target sites that we have in the project. I mean JSWSA mines and the mines from the region of Petroșani in Romania. It's also related to the robust monitoring of the methane emission from the mining plants. And in the end, it's related to the business models that should answer the question how to use methane in the economic, efficient way, and so on. So going further with my presentation, the few numbers about the project. The total budget of the project is more than 21 million euro, and in fact, this is the biggest project, EU-funded project related to the mining that I know so far, the coal mining. The majority of this budget is capital expenditures of JSWSA that are related to the developing of the construction of the new methane drainage system in one of the JSWSA mines. EU funding is more than 10 million euro. We have a two target size. This is very important. This was highlighted by the previous speakers to involve the business into the realization of these innovation projects, and 6 partners across the Europe, I mean from Spain, Poland, and Romania. The few words about the partners. we are, as a Central Mining Institute, we are coordinating the project and are involved in the research mainly related to the monitoring of the methane emission from the mining plants. We have great partners from Poland, I mean Oil and Gas Institute and the Polish Geological Institute there that are responsible for building the robust models of the methane deposits and the mine as it is right now. I will show you in the next slides how complicated process it is to improve the efficiency of the methane emission, and we have a partner from the Romania that is responsible also on the research activity, but also in involving the Petroșani basin into this conversation about the methane reduction from the mines in Romania, underground mines in Romania. The first target size that I was talking about is a Pniówek mine. The biggest mine plant from JSW USA, extracting nearly 3 million tons of coal annually. We are speaking about the cooking coal, so the coal that is listed on the critical raw materials for Europe. This is very important, but by the project we are reducing the ecological footprint of the mine and the extraction of the coal. The second target site are the mines in the Petroșani basin in Romania. Currently there are 4 active mines in Romania, and they are in the process of the transformation, so reduction of the extraction and preparing for a closure process, but REM projects improve this, prepare the management for a sustainable closure process of the mine. With respect to now we are reaching the goals of the project, REM project. First slide is for, let's call it strategic goals. First thing first is safety of the miners. They are still working undergrounds. During the previous presentations, there was mentioning about the huge incidents at the mines of the JSW USA related to the methane. I'm convinced that thanks to realization of the REM project, we will be able to reduce the methane hazard at the mine. The second aim is related to the climate change mitigation, and due to the realization of the REM project, we'll be able to extract the very important cooking coal with a smaller emission of the greenhouse gases, meaning methane. Also, the project itself brings to the higher level the acceptance of the mine managers to the reduction of the methane emission, which is very reasonable because during the daily operation, there are mainly focus on the safety of the miners and the level of the production. Bringing the REM project to the realization gives the mine managers, let's say, wider perspective of the thinking, how to reduce the methane emission, what technologies can we apply, and how to do this in the most efficient way. Going further, we as a GIG are strongly involved in development of the monitoring systems that are robust to report and verify the methane emission from the different mining plants. I will show a few slides about this also. And somehow in the end of the project, we will be able to show also the business case and the lesson learned documents to allow the different mining operators across the world, how to reduce this methane emission from the mining goals. Going further, that was a strategic goals. Right now, the work to do, I would say. So our target, our tasks. So we are starting right from the beginning. We are building the models, spatial and flow models of the methane accumulation in the Gulfs. Later on, we are identifying the methane accumulation in the different locations to make the methane drainage system the most effective as it could be. Later on, we need to conduct the directional drillings to extract the methane from the sealed gulfs. We need to also, this is a very important part of the project, to seal these mining gulfs, not to let the methane to flow to the mining atmosphere and later on to the atmosphere outside of the mine. We are conducting analysis of the methane emission into ventilation, air, and atmosphere. And analyze and very strict monitoring of these emissions. In the end of the project, we will develop the concept, design, and the construction of the methane drainage installation, and we'll be able to produce the energy and the heat from specially designed gas engines. With respect to the project structure, is quite simple. We have only 4 work packages, one devoted for coordination and reporting. The last one is for dissemination of the results, what is very, very important. But 2 technical work packages, work package 2, that is for construction and design of the methane drainage installation and the monitoring of the methane drainage emission. And work package 3 is only devoted for different analysis, analysis of the environmental impact, analysis of the economical efficiency, and so on and so on. In fact, the project will be strictly monitoring, the realization of the project is strictly monitoring of the realization of the milestones, and these milestones are listed here. And what I mean, the first group of milestones is related to the construction of the methane drainage system that starts as it should be, from a very, very detailed analysis of existing infrastructure of the mine, of the test of the rock mass, analysis of the previous extraction, and later on we are able to assess the real deposit of the methane that we are able to extract, and we are capable to design the underground infrastructure, in this case the directional boreholes that will be able to drain the methane from the gulfs. Afterwards, we are be able to seal the gulfs areas and construct the methane drainage installation. I'm putting also the emphasis on selection of the subcontractors, because as EU-funded project, we are obliged to provide, to fulfill the rule of best value for money. So the huge purchases that are realized by the JSWSA are in line with this rule to provide the best possible solutions in the lowest cost, I would say. This is a scheme that shows the idea of the project that looks simple. Directional boreholes underground, and later on surface installation for a methane drainage and the production of the energy. But in fact, we have choose the very ambitious target site, that is Pniówek mine. What you can see in this picture is the mining fields or the mining parts of this mine. And this is just a map. And when you're trying to transform it into the numerical model, you can see the results. We need to be aware that we are facing the multiple seam extraction that is very complicated, with very many historical mining fields, mining longwalls, and so on and so on. So the process itself is quite time-consuming and difficult to do, but it's worth it. The second pillar that the project is facing is monitoring of the methane emission. And what we are planning to do is monitor the methane emission in conditions of the experimental mine Barbara. At the conditions of the experimental mine Barbara, we are able to dose the desired volume of the methane, and later on, in controlled conditions, monitor this volume by different monitoring methods. By different monitoring methods, excuse me, this is the scheme from the infrastructure of experimental mine Barbara. So you can see that we are able to dose the methane to the underground workings, and later on in the area of the ventilation shaft, we are capable to apply the different monitoring methods. And by monitoring methods is monitoring by means of drones, including different sensors. These are two examples of the sensors that we are currently testing. And we will also use the monitoring by means of the satellite technologies, and somewhere in the end of the project we will be capable to compare the results of these methods. During the projects, we will conduct the measurements in the experimental mine Barbara in this, let's say, laboratory controllable conditions, and later on we will compare these measurements in the conditions of the Pniówek mine. And in the end of the project, which is also very important, we will prepare environmental impact assessment. We will conduct the failure mode events assessment, and formulating the business case as a roadmap for future mining companies that would like to take the same pathway that we did together with JSWSA. And speaking about the JSWSA, I must put the emphasis on the fact that the REM project, even though it's a big project, it's only the small part of the activities that JSWSA conduct in frame of the reduction of methane emission strategy of JSWSA. And about this strategy, the few words will be outlined by Director Artur Badylak, that I would like to invite here.
Okay, thank you. Alicia, thank you for introduction. My name is Artur Badylak, like said earlier, Alicia. I represent JSW. This is the largest producer of coking coal in not only Poland, but in the European Union, and almost last. This is our core business. What is important, coking coal is on the critical list, raw material for the European Union list. It is listed on because steel is essential in energy transition. Therefore, we are essential for the European Union economy. This is about my company. We are, of course, from Poland, from Silesia. I would like to say only a few words about how important is the REM project for us, for the JSW. In 2022, JSW Capital Group's environmental strategy was announced, setting out two objectives. The main goal to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, and an intermediate objective to reduce our carbon footprint by 30% by 2030 compared to 2018. As 72% of our carbon footprint is methane, reducing its emission has become a priority for us. We launched the methane emissions reduction program in our mines. This program is the most important for our environmental strategy. The goal is to increase the methane drainage efficiency of our mines to a minimum of 50% on average. Also increase of an economic methane utilization rate of at least 95% for energy and heat production. This is the huge program with the huge budget, more than 100 million euros. One of the projects which is being developed is REM project. To be honest, this is the largest project among all projects which we conduct with this program under the program. What do we expect? Project's implementation will allow us to increase in methane drainage efficiency to 50% on average. In Pniówek mine today, this is only 30%, and improve economic utilization of methane to at least 95% generally. Currently, we build gas engines in a few locations, not only in Pniówek mine. Generally, there will be 60 megawatt capacity installed in JSW, include 8 megawatt in Pniówek mine. This will allow us to produce energy up to 400,000 megawatt hours per year within JSW, include 60,000 megawatt hours per year in Pniówek mine. So you can see this is very important program and project for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander, Artur. Before I leave the stage, I would like to point out, this what was mentioned before, that they are very ambitious projects, and it's a pleasure to develop them with very passionate industry that supports our work. We've already talked about research projects, but those two projects are ambitious because they are investment projects. There are a lot of risks behind them, but if you have a strong team and convinced that we are going to be successful, then it's much easier just to work. And thank you very much. We've heard that there are really ambitious ideas behind REM projects or REM projects, as you wish. And one of them is going to be a controlled release from coal mine. It's an experimental coal mine, but something unusual because for oil and gas, it's typical to have controlled gas releases, but not for coal mines. So we will see how it will work, and we will be able to demonstrate how the measurements works. And obviously, this what was mentioned during the presentation, this project contributes to the methane mitigation strategies. So it can give really good feedback for the future ideas how to reduce methane emissions. And that's all from my side, because now I would like to invite David Bonson-Hesner from Eurocall, Senior Policy Manager, who will have an opportunity to lead and moderate a very interesting discussion on methane regulation and control. Please, David.
Thank you so much, Alicia. And I have to say, it really is an honor for me to moderate this session, because it really looks like this is the start of a new era of research and business opportunities in coal mine methane-related projects. We've already heard it this morning from our Senior Vice President, Mr. Budinsky, that the methane regulation that will be in force very soon on the EU level explicitly mentions the Research Fund for Coal and Steel. And later, right before lunch, we heard from Mr. Tidja that one of the key future directions of the Research Fund for Coal and Steel will be methane abatement technologies. I must say, in the Brussels world, my organization has always underlined the challenges, the enormous challenges that this regulation is posing to industry. But of course, in every challenge, there's also an opportunity for projects, in particular in research and also later business. So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce the panelists of this discussion, starting with the remote participant, Mrs. Chiara Giamberardini. She's an economic affairs officer in the Sustainable Energy Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE, based in Geneva, and secretary of the group of experts on coal mine methane and just transition. She has over 20 years of experience in international development across various organizations and capacities in New York, Geneva, and in developing countries. Joining me physically is Mr. Vlad Presolescu, who is a senior researcher at the National Institute for Research and Development in Mine Safety and Protection to Explosions, INSEMEX, in Petroșani, Romania. He's a member of the National Council for Attesting Titles, Diplomas and Certificates in Romania, member of the panel for Geological Engineering, Geodetic Engineering, Mines, Oil and Gas, and of course also a lecturer at the University of Petroșani. His main research interests concern explosion protection of technical equipment intended for use in hazardous atmospheres, including for the underground mining industry, as well as consequence modeling in case of hazardous, toxic, flammable, explosive substances releases. Of course, a panel is not complete without a Spanish representative. In this case, it's even, we're having the opportunity, the privilege of having a local even join us. Mr. Pedro Riesgo Fernandez is a professor of business administration at the Master in Mining Engineering at the University of Oviedo, right here. He chairs the Spanish chapter of the International Organizing Committee of the World Mining Congress and is a manager of the managing board of professional associations of mining engineers of Northwest Spain. He has acted as a consultant in the Court of Justice concerning several methane accidents in the Spanish coal mines, including subsidence effects. He has also developed 2 spin-off companies and has participated in 8 European-funded projects as a coordinator of the Spanish team, several of them related to the reduction of methane emissions and advanced methane drainage strategies. Welcome, Pedro. And you've already met Mr. Badilak, so pleased to have him at this panel as well. Maybe just to mention, he's also the chairman of the International Center of Excellence in Coal Mine Methane in Poland. Well, because the highest honor, of course, goes to the United Nations, I would suggest that Mrs. Giamberardini introduces a little bit the UNECE work on coal mine methane in the beginning. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, David. I hope you can hear me well. And thank you for inviting me. And I'm sorry I could not be there physically, but happy to be with you virtually. Let me just put up the presentation. Can you see it? I hope you can see the presentation, so let me go ahead. So you asked me to present the work of UNECE on coal mine methane and just transition. So first of all, I'm at the United Nations Economic and Social, UNECE, which was set up in 1947 by ECOSOC. And ECE brings together 56 member states of a region covering Europe, North America, and Asia. We are a multilateral platform that facilitates economic integration and cooperation among its member states and promotes sustainable development. Our activities are policy dialogue, development of regulations and norms, exchange of best practices, and technical cooperation in the countries within our region. Our coal work dates back to our very creation, when we were asked to create a coal committee to conduct the activities previously performed by the European Coal Organization, and namely to consider the long-term problem of coal and give due consideration to the possible development of other sources of power. As it has been already said earlier, action on methane contributes to many development goals. At ECE, our work on coal mine methane actually takes place and currently takes place under the auspices of the Committee on Sustainable Energy, and one of the 6 groups of experts that we have within this committee is dedicated to addressing methane emissions from coal mines in the most effective and sustainable way. Capture of CMM is among the most effective near-term options to reduce carbon footprint of the mining sector. This has already been said by many speakers today. So this will, of course, have a big impact on SDG 13 on combating climate change. More importantly, methane emissions abatement is one of the most impactful actions that we can take in the short term to mitigate the increase of average temperatures and the impact of climate change. Methane contributes to about 30% of global warming, and due to its radiative potency and short lifespan, it is a very powerful greenhouse gas. However, methane action also enhances other development goals. It increases safety of mines and their productivity. It localizes energy production, improves air quality, and so contributes to SDG 7 on clean energy, SDG 3 on good health, SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth. The work, as we said in ECE, is done under the group of experts on coal mine methane and just transition, and the mandate is to promote the efficient and environmentally sustainable transition of industries along the coal value chain, ensuring the reduction of associated greenhouse gas emissions and social equity of the process. The mandate is carried out through activities aiming at the reduction and management of methane emissions through, for example, recovery and use of methane from active, closed, and abandoned coal mines. Also, for those countries that choose to cease coal mining and related activities, the group of experts offers support on request on preparation for mine closure and reorientation of local economies in partnership with other international organizations as appropriate, including with the United Nations country team entities. The group also works with stakeholders to promote the principle of just transition, and we will delve a little bit more on that shortly. Finally, we have 3 task teams that help us carry out the mandate of this group, one of which is chaired by Alicia, who's been with us today and a key actor in this field. She chairs the Safe Operation and Closure of Coal Mines Task Force, and we have 2 other task forces, one dedicated to methane emission reduction and one to just transition. We spoke about the projects on effective methane management, and UNECE has developed over the years many best practice guidance documents in partnership with the Global Methane Initiative. These include the guidance on effective methane drainage and use in coal mines, the guidance for effective methane recovery and use from abandoned coal mines, guidance for effective management of coal mine methane at national level, monitoring, reporting, verification, and mitigation, and a forthcoming guidance on ventilation air methane processing. These documents present recommended principles on CMM capture and use, providing decision makers with a base of understanding from which to direct policy and commercial decisions. They, of course, do not replace or supersede laws or regulations. The best practice guidance documents have been endorsed by the UN ECOSOC because of their global relevance. Indeed, ECOSOC has invited all UN member states beyond the UNEC region to consider the possibility of taking appropriate action to ensure the applicability of this and the application of this guidance in countries worldwide. You can find the publication on our website to download for free, of course. Our work also focuses on the dissemination of such best guidance through capacity building workshops in the ECE region and beyond. Dissemination work is also carried out by 2 international centers of excellence on coal mine methane that ECE supports, and they are one in Poland and one in China. They have among their mandates that of capacity building and dissemination of the above referenced best practices. Finally, ECE also conducts case studies to demonstrate the applicability of the principles outlined in these best practices. At ECE, one of our strengths is the convening power, and we have used this convening function to mobilize methane action We have convened stakeholders to discuss methane capture and management and catalyze efforts to turn these commitments that we mentioned earlier, the pledge and others, into action. For example, most recently in March 2024, ECE, in partnership with the Global Methane Hub and the Global Methane Initiative and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, organized the Global Methane Forum in Geneva that convened over 500 participants from governments, industry, academia, and civil society from all over the world to show and discuss replicable methane mitigation success stories and challenges. The forum also addressed aspects going from technological aspect, financial, social, and political, and served as a midterm checkpoint in between COP28 and 29. We also advocate for methane action, as mentioned, through the promotion of the Global Methane Pledge and supporting the Steel and Methane Partnership Initiative of the International Methane Emission Observatory, IMEO, another of the partnership in addition to the one mentioned by the speaker that preceded me. Our outreach also involves exchange of knowledge on methane issues, like the convening of the Methane Mondays podcast or online series, and other outreach activities carried out by the task force. To recap, we know that readily available measures can reduce methane emission by 30% from 2020 levels by 2030 if fully implemented. A very large part of these measures can be adopted and implemented at zero cost, as methane is not lost but put to use for other purposes in an economic way. Satellite observations and data collection are of primary importance when coupled with ground-level measurements. So we discussed the initiative of Mars, of IMEO earlier, so we believe very much in the need to couple the satellite data with on-the-ground measurements. And we believe that more data and good regulation are key incentives to further implement coal mine methane capture and use projects, but also partnerships to finance and share the burden of CMM projects should be explored further, including in the framework of the implementation of the Global Methane Pledge. In the past, I was also asked to speak a bit about our work on standards, and I just wanted to say that in the past, the group of experts has advised the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change on matters related to methane standards and methodologies, and the ISO Technical Committee on 263 coalbed methane, CPM. The group of experts has also provided comments on other international, national, and regional market-based coal mine methane emission reduction mechanisms, such as the California Air Resource Board Mine Methane Capture Protocol and the EU proposal for mine methane regulation that we have discussed today. Finally, just a word on our work on just transition. The group mandate was revised in September 22 to include activities aiming to ensure that the transition of coal mining regions is conducted in accordance with the principles of just transition. Within the just transition framework, to ensure social acceptance of the transition and the fairness of the process and of its outcomes, it is necessary to develop policies to alleviate the social shocks expected from the transition and to protect the affected communities. Such policies must be developed in an inclusive manner and implemented gradually as the transition progresses. The group has created a task force dedicated to just transition and involves a solid community of stakeholders and is working on this theoretical framework for the transition and the selection of a specific coal mining site to implement a pilot project to pilot the framework. The group is also promoting broader inclusiveness and gives due attention to gender equality and youth engagement by identifying barriers that prevent greater involvement of women in the mining industry and by making the voice of young generations heard in a debate on the future of the coal mine regions. The group is exploring a new approach that sees coal mining not as fuel but as a multi-purpose platform that may be an important component of the green economy and therefore promises to facilitate the process of a just transition of the fossil-based energy sector. And we have a paper in the making and will be presented in September to our Energy Week. I am, with this, conclude my presentation, and I invite you to join our group of expert meeting next March and to follow us on our website and social media. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chiara, and thank you for the invitation as well. To come back to Oviedo from Geneva, my first question would go to Vlad, to Mr. Pasculescu. I'm referring back to the presentation that we heard from Mr. Piebalgs, from Professor Piebalgs, which paid a huge a lot of attention on satellite monitoring. So my question to you would be, what are your views on the utility and precision of satellite monitoring for monitoring and reporting of methane emissions?
Okay, thank you, David. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for your question. Indeed, it is quite hard to respond, but I would like to say that satellite monitoring of methane emissions is, in my opinion, a powerful tool that is very well aligned with the Global Methane Pledge and the EU regulation on methane. The utility of the technology in this context is multifaceted. Firstly, we can talk about global coverage. Satellites can monitor methane on a global scale. They can provide detection and measurements in remote and offshore areas where other ground-based technologies are not available or are very difficult to be implemented. Secondarily, we can talk about another characteristic of the satellite monitoring technology, represented by a high frequency. Satellites can provide data on a regular and frequent basis, so that to provide an improved efficiency and also to generate accurate maps of methane hotspots and to track their changes in time. And a third characteristic, which I think it is very important in terms of satellite monitoring of methane, is related to the data integration. Data obtained from the satellites can be integrated along with other information sources in order to provide an accurate methane inventory and to improve the methane mitigation measures. Anyway, it has to be noted that satellite monitoring, detection and quantification of methane must be complemented by other ground-based measurements and also by other verified methods in order to provide efficiency and to verify the data obtained by the satellites. In the end, I would like to conclude and say that this technology is a valuable tool, and it will be very useful as it is now. It will be more useful for the future policymakers and also for environmental agencies. to provide them with a proper tracking of the regulations and to enforce such regulations.
Thank you. And also to future panelists, if you want to add, feel free. In the end, this is a more free discussion. To Mr. Barilak, we've already heard from you before, but now in this discussion, we've now seen the methane regulation voted. We've seen it published. What are the effects on your company? What are the changes that JSW is facing?
Thank you, David, for invitation, and thank you for voice. Thank you for question. I represent JSW, generally coal sector. So let me tell you about problem, technical problems connected with this regulation. I see the problems on some levels. First, measurements. Currently, we fulfill regulations, our law, Polish law regulation about methane emissions, but these regulations are focused on for miner safety, not for exact methane emissions. I think this is the same in the other European countries, not only in Poland. The new regulation says about 5% measurement accuracy. I think the measurement error, our devices, our detectors are too high. So we have to improve that. We have to gear our devices, our detectors. I think our approach towards to methane regulations, in particular in ventilation shafts. I remind, in one ventilation shaft, the airflow is between 10 to even 28,000 cubic meters per minute. So this is huge airflow with the very low concentration, between 0.1% or less to maximum 0.7%. The second level is methane emission. Of course, 2 points, 2 problems. First, methane emission from methane drainage stations, and the second from, of course, ventilation shafts. If we talk about methane drainage stations, the methane emissions from methane drainage stations will be prohibited from the 1st of January 2025. So it will be in half-year time. In the first version, this regulation, it was total ban. After negotiation, it is possible to burn excess methane. But notice one thing, there is no time to investments. All mines which lead on the gasification system have to build devices to methane utilization, for example, gas engines. But not only that, we cannot utilize all methane which we capture because some of gas we need to use to regulate pressure in pipeline to gas engines. This is not so much. Usually this is about 5 cubic gas per minute. According to new regulation, we can burn this gas in the flares, but we have no flares. So we have to build the flares beside all methane drainage stations. Unfortunately, like I said earlier, there's no time for it. The second problem, this is methane emission from ventilation shafts. Today, like you know, this is problem generally for thermal coal mines. Likely not for me, not for JSW, because all our mines exploit the coking coal. But regulation precise that in 3 years will be announced methane emission limits for also coking coal mines. So this problem, I think it will be also for us. Where is the problem? For me, the basic problem is that there is no economically justified technology now to utilize this methane with this low concentration. Exist technology allows only destroy this methane. So big cost, zero gain. So this is my opinion, without any financial tools, any reimbursement, there is no possibility to build this, this installation. So I think this is the big problem for us, huge problem for us, how to fulfill this regulation in the future.
So a very bleak image, almost impossible to meet, very hard burden, very harsh burden for the industry. Well, what is your view? Pedro, we already talked about ventilation air methane. Could you maybe develop on that and where you see the, well, opportunities or challenges, and especially in the light of the new regulation?
Of course. Thank you very much, David, and thank you for inviting me to this session. So I will try to summarize most of the challenges that the abatement or the treatment of ventilation air methane are focused today by coal mines. The first challenge, and the most important from my point of view, is that ventilation air methane is intimately related with safety, because the safety of the miners depends that the methane is emitted out of the mine. So it is a tricky question. I mean, it has to be handled very careful. You cannot just, it is not just what we will do with BAM, with ventilation and methane, but we have to take always into account that the miners are below and that we have to look after their safety, because safety should be first of all. So we have to be careful with these questions. This could be the first and the most important challenge when addressing ventilation and methane. The second challenge, as Artur just said, is that, well, first of that, there is another challenge, that the technologies that we have to abate, because almost with the concentrations we have nowadays, it is almost impossible to achieve any energy recovery from ventilation and methane. There are nowadays two technologies. The first one is RTO, regenerative thermal oxidizers, and the second one are catalytic oxidizers. Both, well, there is a competition, let's say, between these two technologies. For the moment, it looks like RTO is winning the competition. However, further developments of catalyzers will make to equal catalytic oxidizers may equal both technologies. The handicap, and now this is related with what Arthur said, is that these technologies are well proven and well developed when you have methane concentration of 1%. But the problem is that in coal mining, this is not, we have lower concentrations, 0.15, 0.12 till 0.70. So it is a handicap, and it is something that has to be developed, and it is not developed yet. Fortunately, with the help of the Research Fund for Coal and Steel, and with projects like the ones we are showing today, things can be developed and technology will go on. But technology is not yet completely ready to take this handicap and to deal with it. And the fourth, well, let's say the fourth or the last handicap, from my point of view also, is just rephrasing what Artur said about economy. We cannot find any economy feasibility of this kind of projects. You cannot make okay, you can take and compare with the cost of emitting CO2 and so on, but this is castles in the sky, okay? Because there are no, there are even no penalties. Companies do not know which penalties they have to undergo if they emit more methane than the amount allowed by the legislation. It is nothing, and there are no, the legislation, really intelligent from the point of view of the legislator, they said that the governments can help the companies to undergo this kind of investments, but full stop. Then the different countries may support or may not. So it is a very complex problem with very lot of different sides to analyze. A difficult question. And also it is, everything goes too quickly, and companies has not time enough to get ready for these handicaps. However, companies like Jastreska Spółka Węglowa, like JSW, with directors like Artur, they have a really clear vision of the future, and they are doing really intelligent steps towards that in order, because they know that soon they will have to face these handicaps, and they are preparing themselves for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So safety first, that's probably something that everybody in the room could sign up to. And an enormous challenge for industry. We're entering completely new territory, but an enormous opportunity for research, of course. Which means that we should all be looking at the VAM guidelines of the UNECE to be coming out this year, and I'm already very curious to have a look. Ms. Giacomo-Berdini, I just wanted to ask one last question to you. Now that the IMEO is has been established, now that the methane regulation is in place, what is the UNECE's future role in setting standards?
Yes, thank you. So, as I was saying earlier, we have developed and will continue to develop best practice guidance on various issues related to methane emission abatement, and any country can then use them for their own standards development. ECE is also collaborating with other international organizations like the International Methane Emissions Observatory on standards reporting procedures. We are working on the use of satellite data, as I said earlier, and we are working towards a common and transparent methodology for interpreting the data obtained through the satellites, and including through procedures to match the data from satellites with the data from the ground. And in order to verify the accuracy, we are also having the role that was mentioned earlier by Mr. Piebalgs about informing countries and companies about the events. In terms, however, of standards development, at this point at ECE, we do not have a mandate on development of standards. We have the mandate on guidance, but we don't have a mandate right now. Finally, I mentioned already that at the request of member states or international organization, we can provide advice and comment on matters related to standards. So this is something that our groups of experts are ready to take on if requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara. We are a little bit pressed on time, but I've been told that there is the opportunity for members of the audience to ask questions. So now is your chance. 3, 2, 1. No, there is one. 2 even. So if we could arrange the mics, maybe.
Alexander Rana. I have a question, general question, but I think especially for Pedro, considering his special expertise in financial and economic analysis. So we were told that the support of the EU funds is very good for new technologies implementation into mining, but do you consider, from your point of view, is it sufficient? Maybe it should be larger, maybe mechanism should be bigger. We know that in pilot and demonstration projects, we have 50% of funding. So in case of the REM project, the rest of the CapEx and expenditures are covered by JSW. And I know that they are also involving a lot of their own funds, let's say, like in-kind contribution. So the question is, what should be changed, in your opinion, Pedro, and what should be better realized, better financed to, let's say, keep the pace of the changes and implementations on the innovation in the methane reduction emissions?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Alexander. I have discussed with my colleagues many times this question. So of the amount of financing given to the research or pilot or demonstration projects. I will not answer the side of the question that says what should be or how it should be better, because this is very difficult to know. I just will say my opinion about, for example, the amount of finance that is given to the big ticket projects nowadays. Everybody knows we have a 50% finance from the European Commission. And in my point of view, this is just financing. Why I think this is just financing? Because I think that if a company is really interested in develop a pilot, a demonstration project, something that they really want to do and they are really interested to, they have to have a kind of compromise. And the kind of compromise could be, and a very big compromise, I hope, Arthur, well, maybe you would like bigger finance, I understand, but from the point of view of a university, of a research center, I understand that the company should also say that I have a compromise, I want to do this, and I put my money. So, for me, it's a humble opinion, but 50% could be an acceptable rate of financing. I will not try to state a different, let's say, a better rate of reimbursement of the investment of this project. But Arthur, of course, will say something about it.
Well, no, when I can add one word. Our policy, of course, I think about JSW, is to do everything what is possible, but what is also economically justified. So that's why I said earlier, without reimbursement, without any financial tools which help us to build this installation, this is absolutely not possible. I think, and this is my opinion, I spoke earlier during presentation about REM project. Now we conduct in JSW huge program, about methane reduction emission program with huge budget. And I think if all companies in the worldwide from coal mine sector will do the same like JSW, I think it will be enough for climate protection. It will be enough. We cannot use them technology without gain. Absolutely, this is my opinion.
Well, that's a strong message. As we are really reaching the end of the sessions, I can invite Ms. Dr. Fumero back on stage to talk about conclusions and future opportunities, if I understood correctly. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Again, it's been quite an interesting day. We have discussed some important aspects of our research objectives and what we are doing in different sectors, but let me try to do quickly because we are, as you said, running out of time, just indicating what I have retained. There were two clear messages from the European Commission, from Jürgen Tige and Marc Lemaitre. They're saying that decarbonizing our society is something that we cannot stop, and we are going to do this. Marc Lemaitre clearly and nicely indicated that by doing this, we are going to have economic and social negative impact in our communities, but that we are keen in envisaging to not let any regions, any workers behind. So this is something that is very important. We are talking about a just transition. It's something that should be just, not just a transition. Mr. Budinsky, when he was presenting his Outlook report for coal, he made a lot of messages, but what really impressed me is that he has underlined that there is a clear dichotomy between what we do at the European level and what some other countries, and especially our competitors, are doing, for example, in the coal sector. He made a clear request, more big tickets, more funding for the coal or the research fund for coal steel. He even said widening the scope of the current project. So this is even some architecture that we may think about, but it was clearly said. Regarding the part on the hydrogen, there are again very many different aspects that have been underlined. I have retained a very clear request of thinking about reimbursing CAPEX, but also OPEX expenditure for the companies that they will be engaging in this transition. It was clearly also said that the most promising area where hydrogen will be used sooner is the mobility. And it was clearly expressed that this is because the gap between the cost of the current fuels and the cost of the hydrogen is lower than if you compare to other elements. Was clearly said that we can talk about hydrogen, but we should start also talking about infrastructure and creating the grids in order to connect producers and end users, whatever they are at house or in the industry. This is very, very important. It was also said that we should supporting also small projects, because the small projects are the initial phase of any big ideas. And so that we need to keep doing this, and because this will really give the possibility of going in the right direction. Another key element that was really underlined by several speakers is that we cannot go anywhere if we are not cooperating very well between private and public. And so we should really work together, public institutions and private companies, private research center, and academia, etc., going in the right direction. I'm not really an expert in methane, but what I retain from the presentation that we made is in some way that our legislation, our regulation, although is probably not fitting all the needs, it can be a clear best practice for the rest of the world. So in some way we are doing well also on this. But this is some way a celebration of the Research Fund for Coal Steel for 2024. And so I was very proud that you presented the two big tickets projects that we have financed, one in hydrogen and one on methane. And this clearly indicates that the Research Fund for Coal Steel remain a fundamental instrument for the coal sector. My colleagues from DG Research say the only one, but this is good. We are using it, and that's something that is very important. The size of these two projects are also giving us an answer, so we are on the right track for achieving our objectives. I don't know if you are really familiar with what we are doing, but we have two calls, and we have the big ticket call at the beginning of the year with a very important amount of money, and the annual call, traditional annual call in the summer period. It's been said that in 2021 we have moved the objectives towards the European Green Deal. But it's also important to underline that we got many more money, much more budget than it was in the past. And now we have over until 2027 some 800 million that we would like really to spend in good projects for the steel and for the coal sector. So make good proposal. Let me conclude my short speech by thanking Alicia. Please, can you stand up? And Pedro for all the work that they did in organizing this event. Make a big applause to them. I would like also to thank all the speakers and the participants for having shared this important moment of the Research Fund for Coal and Steel together. But I will also thank Eurocall for having accepted to organize this event. Great, thank you very much. And last but not least, Maria, you represented Hunosa, so thank you very much for all what you did for this, making this event happening. Thank you very much. So again, I'm very happy and very proud of what we did, and we are going very probably to do an event also in 2025, so I'm looking forward to get you on board also next year. Thank you very much again.
You are already leaving, so let me only to say final thanks to organizers and you that you participated. And thank you for invitation to nice Asturia and nice town of Oviedo. Thank you very much.